All right, I think that's good now. I think in YouTube, I think you guys can see my screen. Okay, I just did a reboot, a little bit of a reboot, so I think you can see my screen now in YouTube. Just give me a heads up on that, please. Yes, yes. Thank you, Sandy. Okay, okay, guys. I'll be live in about 4 minutes. I just have a couple things to do before I get live at 9 o'clock. Thanks a lot, guys. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, April the 18th. My name is, excuse me, my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me see my screen. Had a little glitch this morning with YouTube, but I think everything's good there. Just quickly, so Nayama, you asked for my pre-market. These two scans right here. If you go to my homepage, okay, I put my homepage link in and scroll down to the scan section and look for the pre-market up, pre-market down. Okay, and these are these two right here. Okay. So, yeah, interesting on the WISA. When you first saw the WISA news, it looked, I mean, we've been watching this one for the last few days, of course, going crazy. And so you see this headline and, game changing fifth WISA e licensing, etc. And then the stock is tanking. You're going, what? And then, of course, now you see that they've entered into some kind of an agreement to sell shares at 330. So that is the real reason. So, what could be the crazy one today? Well, we got two. Well, this is a. I can't remember if this is still over a dollar. This is the one I think under a dollar or at a dollar. TIRX though. Yeah. So TIRX, big gap up. I saw this one actually after hours yesterday. You can see the mauve area on my screen on my 15-minute chart. It actually popped up after hours yesterday, and I'm trying to see why. I don't really see. I don't have any headline that's explaining it, but AGBA. This is the one that's flirting with wow, it's over a dollar again. Okay, so they had some news trading higher after the company announced it has entered into a definitive merger agreement with some company called Triller. Okay, so that is the reason for this one. Low float, 17.9 million. Now this is a low float. BPTH, very low float. And I actually confirmed that with the other website that I like to check, and it is about the same. 702,000 shares in the float, really crazy low. Had some news, completion of higher dose. It's a bio, so they had, they're pumping out some what looks like positive news. So, and that is why this one is up 76%, and who knows where it's going. The pre-market high was 641. If we look at the weekly chart, the next high on the weekly chart is 750. Excuse me. So it did get up to, what did I say? 640. So it got to 640 in the pre-market. The weekly high, when you look left, is 750. If somehow it breaks through that, the next highs are around the 10 level. So we'll have to see what happens. LAC is also doing a financing. LAC, they did a financing, deeply discounted. I think it was at $5, $5. So, yeah, so I mean, the stock was up here. Now it's just underneath the financing price. $5 is the financing price for LAC, and it's just under at 489. We have a few earnings plays actually, some name companies that can talk about. Las Vegas Sands, LVS. When I say name companies, companies that you've probably heard of. LVS is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. LVS, Las Vegas Sands, casino, of course. And how could I not talk about Alcoa? AA, modest gain, 2.8%. Modest gain for Alcoa, AA. This is a really cheap one, okay? It's an earnings play, very cheap one, THCH. Now, I shouldn't discount it because it's kind of what I thought about the Onvo yesterday. Was it Onvo? It was a real cheap earnings play, and it just went crazy for a while anyway. Invo, sorry, Invo, INVO, not Onvo. So we'll see. THCH. It's what is the float? Don't have the float information here. Give me a moment as I dig up the float information for this THCH. I'm sure it's going to be low. Actually, it's not 82 million. So it's not a low float. It is China, not a low float. So it may not do that much. I mean, it's already up 23%. So Holo, I guess I got to mention it. HOLO, having a little bit of a pop. Of course, if you were around this week, the week of February 12th, when it hit 100, almost 100. And of course, back here in September of last year, when it got over 100. INFY is an earnings play. INFY is an earnings play. and gapping down on earnings. So this is a pretty interesting gap down right now. Maybe it's below these levels here, 1627. I'm looking at the lows of these weekly candles. So I mean, the next low looking left is around 1527, over a dollar away. Not saying it's getting there, but oh, it's time for my every 3 months. I say this when I see eBay. When I see, oh, actually, eBay is. I thought it might have been an earnings play, but it's not an earnings play. Anyway, who the heck still uses eBay? But anyway, eBay is popping up here, 4%. Um, Target raised to 62 from 35 by Morgan Stanley. So that's a pretty aggressive price target now. We had an original price target of 35. Obviously, it blew through that. So now they're putting a price target of 62 on eBay, and that is Morgan Stanley. They don't have earnings until May 1st, so not that far away. Did I notice that THCH is related to Tim Hortons in China? No. You're right. That's pretty interesting. I had no idea. Yeah, I'm just reading the profile now. I had no idea. Well, if you're a Canadian, you know exactly what Tim Hortons is. And some of you in the United States may have heard of Tim Hortons, big donut chain, but a little more than that now in Canada. But hey, that's pretty cool. What source do I use? Well, really, trade ideas. Earnings. This is earnings plays up, earnings plays down. Okay. These are currently the earnings plays I'm seeing in the pre-market that are meeting my pre-market filters. You can do the same, I mean, with trade ideas, we've got this, we have an earnings filter. All right, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, so we've got some earnings plays, and we're getting into, as I think I posted yesterday. This week we've got, I think, 160 companies releasing earnings. Next week it's 500. The week after, 1,000. So we are really, um, sort of, Mohammed. Okay, I have it in a compare count way. I can give this to you right now if you want. Now, by the way, this is the only time I'm going to use I'm not going to use the tree map. I could use the tree map. The reason I don't use the tree map here is because I want to see them all. Okay, I do want to see them all, and I want to sort on the change from the close and then the position in the day's range later. So it's the only time I don't use the tree map. And of course, now I've confused people. So this is a top list window. This pre-market actives up. It's just a top list window. If I right click and you see I've checked it, show tree map. If I uncheck it, this is the typical grid format. Okay. So if I right click and then show tree map. So I'm my fingers crossed that tomorrow, because the test drive starts tomorrow, that this will be part of the production version. Okay, so I don't have to keep telling people they have to download the latest beta in order to have this tree map option. Yeah, I can I share it here? Yeah, okay, I'll do that. I just got to find it. File, load from cloud. What's it called again? Docked earnings layout. Okay, so if you want this, I can pop this in. I'll put it in the other room, both rooms. So the link I've put in is this. I do have on my homepage, okay, I've got this in compare count format, okay, but this is maybe the more traditional format, and you can see I can tell you that next week, this window will probably be absolutely full. I'd have to even if I scrolled all the way down like this, it would probably well, certainly when the market opens, okay, this will be absolutely full of earnings plays, and then the week after, of course, with 1,000 companies and for the next month, guys, we're heavily into earnings season. Now, of course, all eyes on the SPY, guys, man, oh man. So we did have some news at 8:30, some economic news. It didn't really affect anything that I can see. We had some kind of a initial jobless claims at 8:30. The Philly Fed business outlook at 8:30. Now we've got a couple of guys. I see Bowman is talking or was talking at 9:05, and then Williams. These are two Fed presidents. Okay, Bowman and Williams, one at 9:05, one at 9:15. Doesn't appear to have affected the market too much. The only other big one, I guess, would be at 10 o'clock, existing home sales. After that, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Another guy talking at 11 o'clock, Bostic talking at 11 o'clock, and all times Eastern. Okay, and so we'll have to see how any of that affects the market. And can we hold? Can we hold 500? So how's his BPTH doing? Let's see. Yeah, it's all hanging in there, guys. No big pullback yet. And again, remember, this is an insanely low float. 702,000 or so in the float. And I confirmed that with a other website that I like to check, and it is about the same. Okay, so a couple of questions in our YouTube room. How to get the buy signal? Well, they only so well, if I want to call it a buy signal, is from our AI. Okay, you'll have an entry price. I'd rather not call it. Rather call that the alert price. Okay, which you'll get. Everything else here, there's no buy signal, okay? You have to understand how to read a chart. When I click on symbols during the day, it's not a buy signal as such from even from my scans. It's alerting me that all my filters have been met and the stock has made either a new high for the day or a new low for the day. I click on it and then I make up my mind whether or not I want to trade it based on what I see on the charts. So that's not what I call a buy signal. Now, with the AI, there is a suggested entry, okay? So that's the only, if you wanna call it, buy signal that we've got. Let's see, I don't understand what you mean. When you say your earnings up, down, scan, download as a chart, are you talking about the link that I put in, Olin? Or so I don't understand when you say my and you're talking about yours, up earnings up slash down, scan, download is a chart. I don't understand exactly what you mean. You know what? I'm sorry. I have to ask one question at a time. So, are you talking about the link that I put in? Because what you should see is this. Okay, let me. Well, I'm going to load the link myself. I just want to see what I get. I'm just clicking on the link. There it is. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what you're doing because I just loaded the link, and this is what I'm getting. So I'm not sure what you are getting. I mean, I just clicked on the link, loaded it, and this is what I'm getting, which is what you should be seeing. Something like this, anyway. So I don't know what you mean. It's a chart. Like this is a chart, right? This is a chart. I'm pointing at this. This is a chart. This is the grid format. If you're talking about, are you wanting it displayed like this with the symbols, sort of in your face? Is that what you're talking about? This is the grid format of a top list because I just clicked on the link. I just loaded it, and this is what I get. Now I've probably on mine I've reduced some filters. That's why I'm getting some more. But in essence, it's the same. So I'm not sure how to help you. I honestly don't know how to help you. If you're not getting this because I all right. Well, let's do this together, okay? I've got a little bit of time, 9:17. Okay, so well, watch what I do. When I click on the link, it loads into a new tab, okay? And there's the code right there. Okay, you can see it right up there. And there it says docked earnings layout, which is correct. And then I just copy the link. Control C, I copy the link, I file load from cloud. And there it is. There is the link right there. You've done it correctly. You should see it right there. And then I load it and show it up on my other monitor. And this is what I get. So I'm not sure how you're not getting this. I just don't know how to explain why you're not getting this if you've done this correctly, if you've loaded my link correctly. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the pre-market, the major sectors, and see what's happening. So I'm going to click. This is what something I've created. You don't have to have it the same way, but the doc sector status. Okay, before I do that, if you want to see the sectors in the pre-market, click on New from our toolbar. Click on New, and then Dock to Channel Bar. Dock to Channel Bar. Scroll down until you see Show More, and then scroll down until you see Sector Status. Okay, Sector Status. Now, if you do that, this is what you're going to see. All I did was I took all these and I right clicked and I did it in the tree map format, okay? And I did this through for all of them so that now if I click on doc, it's exactly the same except it's just in tree map format. Tree map meaning instead of what I call the old boring grid format. So this is what what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. 70% in green. What does that mean? That means that 70% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So interestingly, I mean, there's WMB. WMB, is going counter to, I mean, it's not like it's a lot of times what we see with the energy sector is 100% one way or the other. Okay, 100% are either all up or 100% all down. But anyway, in this particular case, I mean, 70% are up from yesterday's close. And but WMB sort of going against the grain. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. Okay. I'm looking to see, especially if this were even closer to 100%, and we saw one that was quite a bit down, we say, wow, okay, this is really going counter to its sector. I just can't see anything like that. Now, what I'm going to do today is we will now start to look at the sectors, okay? Because they've been way above the 200-day moving average. Except XLU, we saw yesterday. I think it is probably now below the 200-day moving average. No. So that is kind of what I thought. I mean, XLU utilities, a lot of times this is kind of the flight to safety when the market's not doing well. People go into stocks like this, the dividend bearing, not all of them, of course. So it is still kind of holding the 200-day moving average. Okay. Let's take a look at, I haven't done this for a while because all the sectors, because when the market was just ripping higher and higher every day, they were all way above the 200-day moving average. So there's XRT, and here's the retail sector. Can't see the 200-day moving average on the daily chart, and it is at 67. So, getting a little bit close. They're all going to start looking closer. XLV, let's take a look at healthcare. XLV, you can see them all starting to drift down. Its 200-day moving average 135.77. So again, if I expanded this daily chart, you could see it. In fact, maybe I'll do that. So there you go. There's a little glimpse of the 200-day moving average right down there. Let's take a look at industrials, XLI. If we can see that on the chart. Yeah, you can see, I mean, still way above, but that at least now you can see it. Financials, big one. Still can't see it. I'd have to expand it a little bit further. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Look at that. So consumer discretionary starting to approach that 200-day moving average. Remember, guys, if we looked at this a couple of weeks ago, they were all way above the 200-day moving average. Of course, we've had this bit of a downturn in the market. Let's take a look at consumer staples. Where are you? XLP. Another one approaching the 200-day. Materials, XLB. And discretionary is to me, okay, here again. Okay, I'll back up here. So here is materials, still quite a bit above it. Now, communications, XLC and XLK should still be quite a bit above the 200-day moving average. You can see it just a little bit of a glimpse of it down here. That's communications, and of course XLK. But it's getting closer. It's starting to get closer and closer. Okay, so yeah, so the major indices are now, or the major sectors are, approaching as you would expect as the SPY is moving down. So I think via Parry, what's happened here is I have reduced the filters in here. Okay, the link that I have that I gave to you guys, if you right click, okay, and configure, I decided to just reduce the filters because I really in the pre-market I just wanted to see all the earnings plays. So I think I moved it down to 5,000 shares. Okay, and $100. So you might have yours might say 100,000 or 50,000 shares if you right click. Okay, and that would be for both. Okay. I think it's just the volume. If you reduce the volume, then you're going to get a fuller list. The reason I did this is I just wanted to see what the earnings plays were because once the market opens, a lot of these, even though they're not trading very much, maybe in the pre-market, they really start to trade it in the when the market opens. Okay, guys. Speaking of market opening, I want to get my layout that I'll be using once this market does open. And you'll see that this one, the relative strength leaders from the open, is going to be virtually the same as the pre-market actives up. Okay, but this is what I use, and all I've done though is I've this is what I'll display all day long. It was a very okay yesterday. Okay, David, I see your question. Yesterday, I got into WISA in the pre-market when it broke over 10. Okay, it was a bit of a hunch, if you will. Okay, breaking over 10. The volume was good, so I decided to take a flyer on it. It worked out. So this is probably what you see. This is now what you're seeing, right? Because when the market opens, I do want to have a minimum volume, and that's probably what you're seeing. It's just a matter of I mean, and the reason I do it this way also the earnings up and down. Time is it? I got some time. Yeah, as I said, when we get into earning season, this excuse me, this list will be absolutely jam packed. I wouldn't even be able to see them all, even if I stretched. I've got a 34-inch monitor. Even if I stretch it as excuse me, as long as I could, I would not be able to see them all. So what I like to do is I like to separate them into the earnings plays up and down. And all I've done is just sort of on the position in the day's range. Okay. So at a glance, I can see the ones that are up, and at a glance, I can see the ones that are down. Otherwise, I'd have to if I didn't have them separated like this, I'd have to scroll all the way down to the bottom, maybe to see the ones that were down. And so I decided I really just care about the ones that are near the highs and lows of the day. That's why I do it. Okay, I can try one more time for you, Olin. This is the link. I'm taking it right from and the market's opening in 30 seconds. Thank you, William. This is the earnings layout that and I'm sharing it, and it should be exactly the same. This is it, not from my homepage. Yeah, if you went to my homepage, it's a different presentation of it. Maybe that's what. All right, guys. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, that's why that's my. It's just the way I trade. Doesn't have to be the way you trade. Now, the other thing, if you have our AI, guys, this is all I would do. Make it super simple. Now, look at United Airlines. Man, oh man, United Airlines is still looking good from yesterday. Earnings play yesterday. So make it very simple. This is what the AI looks like right now. There are no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, 10 minutes after the market opens. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you will get one. So if you have our AI, our premium service, just click on New from our toolbar. Click on New, and then you'll see there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one. Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, the trades window. And this is what you'll see. Just make it super simple. Don't go to the channel. Too much information, in my opinion. Just take a look at this. Wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. Okay. Yeah, man, United Airlines now over $50. Wow. Still ripping higher here. Amazing. I never would have predicted this from yesterday. Earnings play closed near the high. Morgan Stanley maintains coverage with a price target of 80. Wow. All right, BNTC guys, BNTC, what's the float? 2.5 million in the float. Did see it in the pre-market, chopped around, got as high as $8, pulled all the way back. BNTC. And the BPTH doesn't look like it's, well, as we speak anyway, looks like it's going to do it. Yeah, there's the market, guys. There is the market, putting in a red bar to start. Now it's early. It's only 2 minutes in. Halt. AGB. June is halted also. Aha. Junie. So this was this was the IPO yesterday. They did really nothing. Okay, guys. So this is the IPO yesterday. It was priced at $4, basically closed there. So let's see what happens now. Wow, that UAL. I do apologize for suggesting that I was anticipating a fade on it yesterday, especially with the market, what the market was doing. Take a look at Delta, DAL. Yeah, doing the same thing. So just look at jets, guys. If you want to, I mean, the airlines, United came, were very, very bullish, strong, looking for a big blowout summer of travel. So there is the ETF for the airline industry, jets. So if you don't want to try to pick one airline, you can take a look at jets. No, the AGBA was that. Oh, halted on the way up too. Okay, halted on the way up. So this is a China. I believe this is, yeah. This is a China stock. June. So I'll show you that this is the first time I'm showing this today. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. And so nothing to do with this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Another one halted, ALRN. So what you're seeing here, you can't see the symbol, but this is June, okay? And it's halted at 448. You can see the halt at 448. This is where the potential open is, not giving us a big clue, really. 450, not really giving us a big clue. Sometimes, for instance, if I can't click on it here, let me click on the AGBA. Same thing, not a big clue. A lot of times you're going to see, especially on the first halt, usually they're pretty good. You'll see a price above, quite a bit above the halt price over in this column. Not always, of course. Hey, Oliver, how could you not obey your stop? BPTH, guys. Okay, maybe BPTH is going to come. Well, it is coming back. ALRN, guys. This is halted on the way up, sort of. I don't even. It's very, very ugly looking. United Airlines, man. Okay, BPTH, guys. BPTH on the move. It now is. It's made. It's a market high. Pre-market high is up here around 640. The if you look left on the daily chart, there is room, not say nobody's saying it's getting, I'm not saying it's getting there, but there is the next high looking left on the daily chart, 750. So a couple of dollars to that high approximately. And that's what all I'm looking at, okay? I want to see if the stock is at the high of the day. I want to see when I look left, I want to say, well, where could it keep going? There's the AGBA, AGBA came out of its halt. There's the BNTC, guys. The BNTC is what would be a great level for it? I mean, there's the next high looking left is 625. It got way above that in the pre-market though, 725 or seven, sorry, almost eight. Um, reports positive data in early study for OPMD treatment. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. BPTH, guys, BPTH over six now. And sugar. I almost took it, but almost doesn't count. It is halted, guys. It is halted. I know it's before the first 15 minutes, but it's had that look and it is now halted. And again, not a big, you could, this column right here, again, the blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price. There's the potential open. Again, no big clue. It's basically at the halt price. So now here's how I sometimes will play this. If it opens maybe a little bit below the halt price, and then it pops through the halt price again, I might take the trade. If it opens above the halt price and then comes down through the halt price and then gets back up over the halt price again, I might take the trade. And I do that on the first halt only. You'll see some stocks get halted many times during the day. Again, that is not a recommendation to do the same thing I might do. So, but I'm just sort of explaining. I've just noticed that over the last few years, it seems to be a decent way to play those. But I don't chase. So, for instance, if this opened at 640 or something, I'm not chasing it. No, now June just opened, guys. So June opened. So the same thing. It got halted at 448. It's below the halt price. Why didn't AGP AGB I'm not sure I know what you mean. You mean, why didn't it get halted on the way? Remember now, it is a okay, I can tell you why. And now I don't know, William, do you still have the halts resumes? If a stock resumes and then within 30 seconds the halt hits again, I'm not getting them, okay? And it might be the server I'm on. But yeah, see, William's on it depends on the server you're on, and I have no explanation for it because William gets them, and even if I loaded his layout, I wouldn't get it. But we know it's halted. So, Sammy, if you want, so go to my homepage. When you say dashboard, you're talking about my layout, right? So, I'm not sharing this layout or this scan yet, okay? Or this presentation of a top list yet. I can give it to you. I'm not sharing it because I'm just waiting, hopefully by tomorrow when the test drive starts. Because, well, I'll give it to you and you tell me if you right click on it, do you have show tree map? Okay, but I'll give it to you. And the Halts resumes is in my homepage. Okay. So there it is. And I'll put this here also. This link I'm putting in is this link here. Okay. The relative strength leaders from the close. Yeah, I don't set up my stop like that at all, Francis. It's not a stupid question at all. I mean, that's what a lot of people do. I don't. I rely more on what I see on a chart. So I don't put what I call artificial or non. I mean, nothing is 100% scientific in stops, but I personally don't believe in just saying, well, I have a stop of 1%, 2%, 10 cents, 20 cents. To me, that's not really based on anything. I like to look at a chart and determine where I'm going to put my stop. You know, a certain level where I think there's a good support on the chart. If it broke down through that level, that's where I'm going to put my stop. Okay. So I don't do that at all. It's more of yeah, it's more resistance or resistance or support, what I think. And that's why it's a little bit difficult because, your idea, my idea might be completely different when you look at a chart. All right, guys, VPTH. Okay, so I am waiting to see if it comes back through. Ah, okay, guys. VPTH, I mean, the halt was at 613. It's still pretty whippy here. And again, very low float. And I've confirmed that that is the float. Now the Agba and the B, man, lots of action already in these low floaters, guys. You got to be careful. Okay, the BNTC guys, this is looking. Let me get the chart up. Sorry, the BPTH. I'm sorry, BPTH. I think I said the BNTC. And again, you hear me say this all the time. If you get into any one of these, really any stock, but I mean, to me, obviously, if it's a super low float, and these are insanely low, under a million shares in the float, you cannot take a trade like this and wander away even for 5 seconds from your computer. Okay, you just cannot do it. Meanwhile, look at this, guys. Huge red bar to start the day. So maybe whatever those Fed guys were saying, I don't know what they said, but big red bar to start the day. Still, right at that 500 level. It doesn't look good. A lot of fear right now. Yeah, no reason to cut. Shut up. Just shut up. We all know that. I'm not talking to you, William. Talking about your namesake, though. All right. Well, at the risk of GL, guys, look at GL again. We all know what the bad news is. We all know what this is. But we've got 3 days now, moving higher and higher, trying to fill in a little bit of this void. Hazarding's on the 22nd. Okay, so now that opened up. Now, what did June end up doing? Ah, nothing. All right, guys. So if you have the AI, you should see a couple of trades, a couple of alerts. I want to call them alerts. Okay, you should see a couple of alerts. Now, to me, there looks like there's too much resistance not that far away for THCH. I'm getting an alert on it, but and it is an earnings play. China, but if you look left on the weekly chart, I mean, you kind of see there's some bunch of stuff happening between here, 136 and 144. Okay, look at the weekly chart. It's not, to me anyway, it's not a clean shot. It may blast right through all this. I don't know. If it does, then your next highs are in the 180 mark. Okay, but this is kind of preventing me from entering the trade. And again, I could be completely wrong. It could just blast right through. It is an earnings play, so and it did hit in the pre-market. It did get up to 150, 154 or so. So I mean, this may take this out with no problem. Yeah, the BPTH. I'm a little surprised. Well, again, look left. It does have room. 750 is the next high. Looking left, and again, a very very low float. Mm, okay, now it looks interesting. How many bad words can I string together? Wow. I mean, this is. I mean, if it takes out eight, or sorry, seven, so you got right up to that whole number within a penny. Then your next high is up here at 753. That would have been the. I'm sorry, the IZM RR. I looked at it this morning and I didn't see a big bounce. That was the IZM you're talking about. Yeah, it is still. I mean, it's down another 24%. You guys weren't here yesterday. If you guys weren't here yesterday, this IZM, we had watched it on a daily basis, just make a climb, 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 and really no news. There it is, guys. There's BPTH now, challenging 7 again. So let me get back to the IZM. So yeah, day after day after day from April Fool's Day, okay, all the way up. What you don't see on this chart is what happened in the pre-market yesterday, and it actually got up to $102, and then look at it now. I mean, it started to sink down in the pre-market, but once the market opened, it just utterly collapsed, and here it is. So here's where it all started, and it's way below that now. Crazy. I don't know about that, Bob S. Bob S. in our YouTube room saying BPTH was a squeeze in the making with well the increase in the short float. Okay, I mean the short float is only 2.68%. I would think I would say that most brokers do not have shorts available. Now I can only speak for Interactive brokers, of course. They don't have shorts available. But, you know, I'm sure firms like Centerpoint probably have shorts available, but I would not I would think that this is not or the BPTH, not widespread shorts available. So I don't think this is what you really call a squeeze. I mean, I hate to label it anyway. Whether we call it like people say, is this a squeeze? Does it really matter what we call it? It's going up. And I'm not dumping on you, Bob S. That's just Brent. Wow, look at the BPTH now, guys. Oh, no idea, David. Uh, you know, I don't trade the AI that much. I mean, you know, a lot of them don't set up the way I want, and it depends on the price range. Okay, I am looking a lot more closely though because a lot of them now I'm finding are the gappers that I like. So a lot of times, an AI alert is something I'm already watching anyway. Okay, yeah. Look at the now. So the BPTH. Oops. Let me get to the BPTH. Yeah, I mean, it's it's traded almost 30 million now with 632,000 in the float, just craziness. Boy, I've got a here's one on the way down, guys. BHVN. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. BHVN is showing up on my breakdown, my 10-day daily breakdown. Well, the SPY is sort of bouncing. I mean, there's a green bar. I mean, big red candle to start, but a big bottoming tail. Okay, so this buyers stepped in and at least closed it up here, and they're momentarily buyers are in control. Okay, momentarily. Still trying to protect that 500 level. Is that why? Okay, Casa. An offering for BHVN. Okay. Well, GL guys. I mean, what can I say? I mean, this is definitely having a nice 3 days. Good volume coming in. Have I ever made a typo? Can't remember making a typo. I've definitely made an error shorting when I thought I was going long, or vice versa. I've definitely done that, which isn't which is a real make you sweat. You take a look at your P and L, and you think it should be going well. There's been cases where I think, well, what? Wait a minute, why is my P and L going up when the stock is going against the way I thought I had traded it? And then I look and so let's say I went short. I thought I was going short, and I'm looking at my P&L, and the stock is going up, and I'm really ready to get rid of it because it's going up, and my P&L is going up because I accidentally went long instead of short. Look at Xpon, guys. Haven't seen this one for a while. All right, EYPT. Whoa, man! Now look at the room this has got. EYPT. This is I don't know what's happening here exactly. I don't see any specific news on it. I'm looking at our news, but I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. I don't see any news on this one. EYPT. I don't see anything on this one. And I mean, look left, guys. $6 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So I don't know what's going on with this one. Boy, it takes out 17. And yeah, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 700,000 shares. And why am I seeing it? It's right here on my 10-day daily breakdown. I just don't see any news on it. Anybody get any news on this one? EYPT? That's a big drop from 21 down to 17 like that. Was no action in the pre-market. Almost like they announced the financing or something, but I don't see that. Hmm. Yeah, BTH now is halted on the way down. So Las Vegas Sands is an earnings play, and it's continuing to move down. LVS. Let's take a look at maybe MGM. See if it's being influenced at all. Not yet, anyway. And how about But Win, Winn. Just looking at some of the other casinos. So Win, again, not being influenced that much yet anyway by LVS. But LVS is definitely a big gap down on earnings. Man, oh man. So LVS, guys, I mean, the next low looking left is 44.52, 44.55 or so on the weekly chart. 44.60, 44.60 to be exact. So we've got another dollar 28 until that. Not saying it's getting there, but that could be a support area if it gets close. All right. Come on, computer. Why are you doing that? I thought I fixed you. Boy, Las Vegas Sands continues its march down, guys. LVS. So these high flyers so far have not been able to hold their gains at all. BPTH maybe later on. Yeah, I'm putting an alert around 17 for EYPT. Okay, guys. So here's sort of maybe an interesting one here. CMA. Okay, CMA is an earnings play, barely up. Okay, it's an earnings play. It was up quite a bit in the pre-market, but it is starting to sink here somewhat. It's an earnings play. CMA, Comerica, their financial company. Yeah, look, GL is very strong today, extremely strong. Look at these big candles here. We've had it, 3 days of green. Okay, guys. So I don't display the AI. Okay, it's not fair for those who pay for it. But you can see that was my reasoning for not taking this one. I would have loved to have taken this one, TH, the THCH, and I may take it later. But my reasoning was, well, look left. Some of the AI plays that we've seen, these cheaper ones, this is not a crazy low float though, 82 million, not high, but it's not low. Some of the AI plays that we've seen, when we look left, there was a ton of room for it to keep moving. Okay. And In this particular case, when I looked left, I just didn't see the room. So consequently, I just didn't want to take the trade. So just because somebody asked earlier, I mean, how many do I? Well, first of all, I obviously don't take every AI trade, but I analyze it. This is how I analyze things. I look left. If I see there's some resistance, not that far away, I won't take the trade. Now, listen, later on, it may blow right through that 150. I mean, if it does, you've still got that 158, and if it can get through all that, then you've got a shot to the 180 mark. But I'm not predicting that's going to happen. So, and that's the reason why, in my opinion, and people want to auto trade this and want to trade auto trade that. To me, best thing to do, click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the chart, make sure it makes sense for your trading style, and then you can make up your mind if you want to take the trade or not. Yeah, THC is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. THC, um, Tenet Healthcare, and another one that's it's not an earnings play. It is not an earnings play, and that low there is 90.38. So it's just a little bit below that low. Yeah, you would think maybe a break in 90. Now look at the weekly chart. So what I see is potential support around 89. Okay. Potential support around 89. So for me, that's not far enough away for a $90 stock to move a dollar for me. So before I forget, though, I will put a price alert up in this area, which is the high of the day, and see if it takes it out later on. You see where it got you? Got right to that high of that weekly chart, 144, 144, right to that high of that weekly chart on that weekly chart. Well, Wisa's trying to come back, Peter. Peter in our YouTube room asking me my opinion of Wisa. I mean, it had some news this morning on the surface. It didn't seem logical. Okay, wait a minute. So this is the initial headline that I think most of us saw. Okay, the licensing deal, and yet this is the pre-market, and it was just sinking. And then later on, not like moments later, we realize they come out and say, well, we've also done a financing at around 375 or something, 332. So it's holding the financing price well, but will Peter, I mean, it's hard to know what's going to happen. I mean, but topping tails and bottoming tails, it's a very low float. For me, it would have to probably take out the high right there of 750 before I would even consider it. The volume is good. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP's at 697, so it's at the VWAP right now. Wow, look at all these halts resumes, just absolutely jam packed. Not necessarily a lot of different stocks, the same stocks being halted and resumed, halting and resuming. Sir, I don't know what's going on with this one. Price is $40 million equity at four. What? No, no, no. It's no, no. Okay, so this is what this is all about. This Yeah, this stopped trading as Serve way back here. Okay, this is back in 2020. Yeah, 2020. And so this company now, I guess, has taken this symbol and they're 40 million equity financing at $4 a share. All right, guys, give me a moment. Figure Okay, so I'm still going to get these little spikes in my computer, but it's not like it's all day, so that's okay. Oh man, Las Vegas stands keeps moving down. So again, this is your key level, maybe looking for a bounce if it gets down to that 44, but a dollar away. Okay, 44.55. That is the next low on the weekly chart. I am surprised that the other casino stocks aren't really moving down in sympathy with LVS. MGM has earnings on the first, but and Win the same thing. Win is not moving down in sympathy with LVS. Well, I haven't seen this one for a while. Dragonfly, DFLI. I haven't seen this one in a long time. We used to see it quite a bit. It was a very active stock months or years ago, perhaps. No, I don't know how to classify it, Baba, in terms of serve. It's a $40 million financing at four. I don't really know how to classify it. See that every now and then, some stock stops trading. Serve SERV back in 2020. I don't know what happened. Maybe it got bought out, and then a company 4 years later comes along and says, you know what, we that's the symbol we would like. Oh man. Oh, here's another one. Okay. Oh, cheap one. This BFM guys. We saw this one yesterday. Big move down for SBFM. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. So well, EYPT actually had a bounce off that 17 level. I was waiting for a 17 break, but it actually bounced off it. Um, yeah, I just don't know. I can't see any news on this one. Somebody mentioned that Duolingo is being added. Was it to the S&P 400 or something? Mid cap, the S&P mid cap 400. So that's the reason for that little bounce up here today. That was announced, I guess, after hours yesterday. Look at Duolingo, Duol after hours. You can see the move after hours, but the move was is sort of sustained. It hasn't really fallen. And you can kind of wow, I mean, it got up big spike up to 218. You can kind of see where it stalled. Look at that daily chart right there. 219 and it got up to 217.79, but into that sorry, it got higher. The 219 is there and it got, close to that daily high. All right, guys, BPTH maybe doing a little comeback here. What is the so there okay guys, 598 is the VWAP, okay? So it's maybe trying to hold that VWAP. And again, the VWAP can provide support. There goes a bit anyway. Okay, guys, I am watching this. I'm in it. I have to make sure I'm talking about the BPTH. I have to keep watching it like a hawk here. It's a VWAP play. All right. I just don't know I had taken some off in the 630 level. Okay. I have to I have to protect this because I mean, it's still very, very wild. And I'm not a big VWAP player. Okay. But I thought, okay, this one I'll take a shot at it. And again, what I'm talking about, the VWAP is well, actually, it was 598. It's up a penny because of all the volume a little bit higher. Took it around 608, out at some at 630, and now I'm just waiting. If it gets back down to 608, I'm out. No, no, I'm going long. I can't short it. There's no shorts available. Okay, I'm out. I'm out of BPTH now. I may take a look at it later if it takes out this high. No shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. No, no, it's a VWAP play, Prague. So, I looked at the VWAP here, which is call it 6. It looked like it was holding. I remember I'm saying the VWAP can provide support. It looked like it was trying to hold. So I'll look at it later on in the day and see if it, gets the enthusiasm back, as I call it, some volume coming in. 608, 630, and 610. but you've gotta have your own plan, Parag, okay? I mean, you know, I mean, I can tell you, but I mean, this is, understanding this is such a low float, highly, highly risky. Well, how I'm playing it and how you might play it might be completely different, of course, but, as long as you know where the VWAP is, and I wanted to, I was say putting a dime above the VWAP as my entry. Okay, in this particular case. Okay, so that was and that was look how quick that was. Wow, 10:23 already. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is wow, look at that EYPT. Wish we had some idea about why that was being hammered down because this is just a tremendous bounce off 17. I was waiting for a 17 break to short it because look left, look at all the room it had. But anyway, did not take the bounce, obviously. Okay, guys, what I want to talk about first is the test drive and the contest. And this all starts tomorrow. Okay, so I'm going to put the link in and I'll explain. All right, so I've just put the test drive link plus contest link in. Okay, and I'll explain what you're seeing. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So scroll down a little bit on this. So the test drive begins tomorrow. Okay, and we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. So that's when you should probably start getting your data. And it'll run to Monday, April 29th, end of market. Okay, the close. So no post market. So that's about 10 days. It'll cost you $7.77. If people who, we get a question a lot. Well, there's the BPTH. Well, not in it now, but I had to obey my stop. So moving. Um, so we don't have free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get. $7.77. You'll have access to the full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Okay, and of course includes the AI and other things, but mainly the AI. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to get upgraded to the so you have access to the AI for that time period, the 19th to the 29th, you can do so also for the 777. Okay. So again, listen carefully. At the end of the test drive, there's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. And I like to repeat that because we get lots of emails coming in saying, please unsubscribe me from the test drive or, don't put me into a subscription or don't worry. That's not what we do. We'll have a nice promo code for you at the end if you want to take out a subscription, but don't worry. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, number one. Number two, if you sign up right now, again, you're not getting data until tomorrow. Okay, so what you're doing is you're basically pre-registering ahead, like a day ahead. That's so don't contact our support people and say, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" You got to read. Okay, April 19th is when it starts. That's tomorrow. So that's the test drive. Also included in the test drive is our contest. The contest starts on Tuesday, runs to Thursday, inclusive. What is the contest? Well, it's a stock picking contest. You use our simulator to make your trades. Whoever makes the most money at the end of 3 days wins $2,400 grand prize. It's an Amazon gift certificate. Okay. Oliver, who popped in a couple of times this morning, he's our current champion, and I'm sure he's going to enter into the contest to try to defend his crown. And if you're a premium subscriber, you're automatically entered into the contest. Well, assuming you don't have to enter the contest, but it doesn't cost you the 777. Okay. So if there are any questions about it, and I've been told that there will be a simulator that you'll be able to use in a Mac or on a tablet that is being tested right now, and it appears to work. So yeah, you can. I'd rather have today is a marketing meeting again on Thursday. Today's Thursday, yeah. So we're having a marketing meeting again. I want to press them to make sure that it is available because I don't want to, if you have a Mac and you want to be in the contest, you know, you can't be in the contest unless we have that available to you in the simulator. This is what I'm talking about. I'm sure I've confused people now. So this, if you're using a PC, then this is what you would use for the contest. Okay, this is what we call Brokerage Plus. You'll connect to it. All the instructions are when you sign up for this. It's all here. How to connect to the right account. This is available if on the downloadable application. So what we're trying to do though is I call it B Plus Lite, so that you can use it on a tablet or on a Mac. And our simulator uses our real-time data, so you'll be able to be in the contest. Okay. So that is what the contest is all about and the test drive. Okay. So if you have any questions, you of course can ask me. Next, my homepage. Okay, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, I notice that when I go to our website, my computer starts revving up a bit. So this is what you're going to see. So before I talk about the scans and how you can take out a subscription and other aspects of my website or my homepage, this relative strength leaders from the close is what I use all day long, staring at me front and center. I cannot miss it. The stocks that are really moving all day long. Okay, that's why I like to have this thing front and center. Now, this is a top list. That's why upper left-hand corner, it says T. It is a top list. If I right click on it, there is an option that says show tree map. If I uncheck it, this is typically what a top list has looked like for years and years. Grid format, okay? If you want it displayed, right click in the show tree map. First of all, if you right click on your top list window and you do not, and it's any top list window, okay? It's not just this one. If you don't have that option that says show tree map, you have to download the latest beta. I'm hoping that by tomorrow it's in our production version. There's nothing wrong with our beta at all, okay? But if you want it presented like this, then you need the latest beta. And here's how you can get it. If you go to my homepage and scroll up to the download section and I expanded a bit. There we are. Download the beta right there. Okay. I'm hoping that by tomorrow we'll have a new production version and that will include this so I don't have to constantly explain how to get it. Okay. Now, if you don't want it, if you don't like this presentation of a top list, then, and you don't have to do that. All right. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. You'll get 15% off first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. And, if you're going to be in this contest or, the test drive, do this first, okay? It runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans. top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading, Trading 101. This is a series of videos, all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I think there are about 37 or 38 videos, and it's all free. You can take a look at this if you're brand new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Now, before I look at the education section, all I ask is this. If you take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use my promo code. The reason to use my promo code is that the room gets credit for this subscription. And this is a free room. And the way we keep it free is by you're taking out, if at some point in time you want to take out a subscription, just use my code. Okay. It's that simple. Keeps the room free. Next, we have an education section here. And this is our user guide. So if you're going to take the test drive, again, it's like any other software program. You don't have to learn everything that's in a user guide, but here's that getting started. I would look at an alert window, the A window. I would look at the top list window. If you want to do some stock racing, I don't race anymore, but it's here. And price alerts. I put price alerts on charts all the time. Okay, but again, you don't have to learn everything. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about how big this is, looking at this and saying, man, how can I possibly learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. Now, my scans. Oh, before that, here's that so in the education section, the user guide, getting started, and daily support. So I take a break between 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. and 1 o'clock Eastern time. And somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. And we have 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders that trade ideas. Now, today, typically it is Steve on Thursday, but he and Andy have been switching. So I just have to confirm. Somebody will take over for me, though. Okay. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay. Now, the other thing about the user guide I should go over, people ask different types of questions. Well, how would I create a watch list? Well, we call it a symbol list, a watch list. I talk about how to put price alerts on a chart. So these are all major areas of trade ideas. And when I say that, I mean there's something dedicated to it. So you don't have to even go through. I mean, we do have an index in the guide, full table of contents, but this is, if it's important enough, it's going to have its own section, front and center. Okay, sound alerts on. You can put sound alerts on your different alert windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which alert window to take a look at. Okay, the trading simulator. Okay, a lot of times, before you ask and I don't mind demonstrating on the screen, anything, but the reason I want to point this out in the guide is because I may demonstrate something, and maybe you hear me talk about price alerts, and next week you want to put one on, and you've forgotten. So you just go to the guide. Good resource. Okay. Now, my scans. Here are my scans. So and I'm sharing, these are all the scans I'm sharing. And if you take the test drive, of course, you can take a look at all my scans. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. You click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. I'm going to add this. I'm going to get the gentleman that looks after my homepage. I'm going to get him to add this one. It'll be at the bottom probably. Okay, the relative strengths from the leaders, relative strength leaders from the close. So I don't have to constantly hand out the link. Abnormal option activity, I use this. The combo scan that combines the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break, forward breakdown. Don't get too many alerts. In fact, not one alert today. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. Okay, you can ask me questions about them if you want. But these are the scans that I am currently sharing. So when you say profit, how does it work? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that exactly? Oops. Good. So if the new symbol is going to be CCTS, then VVPR will stop trading as VVPR, and the new symbol. So I mean, is CCTS? You recognize it, but is CCTS? Yeah. Okay. So if the merger happens, and now that VVPR will disappear and be rolled into CCTS. Now, does it mean it's absolutely going to happen? I don't know. I mean, this I see on the second, April 2nd, and maybe even before. So I mean, here it is. I mean, this is the news for it. Now, is it absolutely 100% going to happen? I don't know. Usually, there's a date that it says it's going to happen, but I should always mention this. Okay, I'm sorry. So first of all, BG day trade. First of all, anybody who is new, welcome to the rooms. Okay, so I moderate two rooms. Okay, the question in our YouTube room: how come I can't see some of the chat discussions? There are two rooms. Okay, you're in YouTube. You're in the YouTube room, and then there's another room that I moderate. It's a lot more active. Okay, there's a lot more people in the room, and there's just a lot more activity. People talking amongst themselves. Posting potential and questions that I'm answering. Okay. This is the link for it. If you want to get into that room, you can stay in YouTube. I should always, so before I answer a question, I should always say, this is from our YouTube room or this is from our main room. I call it the main room because there's just more participants in there. YouTube is fine if you just want to probably just hear me and see my screen. If you don't care that much about interacting with other traders, but if you do want to interact with other traders, then you should probably come into the main room. Okay, so if it is officially April 30th, then VVPR will disappear and, ECTS will be trading. So the merger will be complete. Look at the VPTS now. It was just a little too erratic for me. I could not hold on when it got close to the VWAP, but it's okay. I mean, there will be others, and who knows, maybe this will be the other. I mean, the high in the pre-market was up here around 770. But exactly, it was 616. Sorry, it was 767. Okay, that was the high in the pre-market. When you look left on the daily chart, there is the next high on the daily chart. So that is a pre-market. Oh, am I wrong? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was the 945 candle. I thought that was still pre-market. So the high of the day has been 767. There is the next high on the no, not counting today on the daily chart is over here around 750. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to do something here. My computer is revving just a little bit more than I want it to. So I'm going to get rid of that picture in picture for a while and see if that helps. Now, what is Trade Ideas? No, David, it's the same layout. They see the same layout. In YouTube and this room, okay? They see the same. They see it's exactly the same. There's just a slight delay, I think, in YouTube about a 7 second delay, but they see the same layout. I don't switch layouts depending on what room I'm in. Now, if you're talking about, I mean, I do have some others. I have other scans on my other monitors. Okay. The reason I don't present them all is I don't want to overwhelm people, with all sorts of different scans. But, I am sharing, I'm sharing these other scans on my homepage. But, this is my focus right here. So again, people who are new, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay. And there is a difference between a screener and a scanner. A lot of nice screening programs out there. But what we're excellent at, real-time alerting. And so let me explain what that means. This is an alert window. That's why there's an A in the upper left-hand corner. So if I right-click on this scan that I've created and I'm sharing it, and click on configure, click on summary. So this is the screening aspect, okay? So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This, why I call it a momentum scan, because this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one, well, I guess it was pretty recent. Oh, well, right there. Okay. GDYN 1044 plus 39 seconds made a new high for the day at 1041, and it met all these filter requirements. Okay. These are all what we call ANDs. Okay. ANDs meaning stock has to be between 1 and 100 and. All these filter requirements have to be met. Okay. And then if a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real time alert here. So GDYN made another new high for the day, satisfying all of these filter requirements. That is what we're excellent at. Okay. These are all real time alerts. So if you like the scan, you can have it, of course. But if you wanted to make a change, for instance, you might not like the price range or maybe some other aspect of it. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you find a filter that you like, maybe you want to add, maybe you take something out. But if you like it as it is, great. But I'm not forcing anybody to trade, just using all these. This is the way I like to see things. Doesn't have to be what you like. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. And I want to always preface this by saying, first of all, don't get hung up on how many real-time alerts we got. You can see right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts we've got. Stocks making new highs for the day, new lows of the day. But as I scroll down, you will see that we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Again, you don't have to learn them all, okay? And if I scroll down, when I see these icons, these are the filter icons that we've got, screening icons, okay? Again, you don't have to learn them all. So don't look at this and think, well, this program is way too hard. How am I possibly going to learn them? Well, you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, that meant they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all sorts of different filters to satisfy, the thousands of customers with all the different types of trading styles that there are out there. Okay. But for instance, people say to me, well, how come you don't? First of all, that's all I use. I only use the new high and the low and new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. Why? Because that's my trading style. Okay. I don't need any of these other ones. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that for my trading style, I don't need them. Okay. So again, I just always want to reiterate: you don't have to learn all these filters and everything in our user guide. Okay, don't think that like that. If I if I threw you an MS Word manual and said, well, before you can even do anything, you have to learn the entire manual, who would do it? Right? So most people with Word, how do I type on the screen? How do I print? How do I save a document? Maybe how do I change a font? The basics, but there's a lot in a Word manual. Okay. Same as trade ideas. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade, like, the BPTH just a little while ago, sure, I'll have to, devote my concentration to that. But typically, first of all, I'm not usually in more than two trades at a time. Okay. So, and I like to manage my trades. I don't auto anything. What you don't see is on my other monitors, I've got thumbnails of the charts that I'm trades I'm in, but I'm usually in not more than two at a time. So, as an intraday trader, and if that is what you are, but even if you are a swing trader, okay, but I'll concentrate right now on intraday trading. Your number one goal should be, of course, to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Why do you want to buy a stock that's not going to move? Okay, so this is why this relative strength leaders from the closed percent front and center, showing the stocks that are trading abnormally. How can a stock be up 111% unless it's trading abnormally? And look at it. The relative volume is this is 3,000 times normal. Okay, 3,000 times normal. 52 million shares have traded. It only has 600,000 or so in the float, trading incredibly abnormally. That's why you're seeing it front and center. Agba was the same earlier. Well, it still is abnormal, but it is pulled back. But this is what you're seeing right here. These are the abnormal ones for the day. And what happens is sometimes you're going to see a stock come out of nowhere. You don't, you will probably see, unless BPTH takes a huge drop, we'll probably see this one near the top all day long. Now, just because I see this stock right here at, TIRX, doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. Again, this is why you have to practice trading. And if you're not used to trading, you have to, that course that we've got or the series of videos is really beneficial. Because when I click on an alert and now it's all about my looking at it and saying, okay, is it setting up for my trading style? Well, right now, this is not setting up at all. So even though it's still up 65%, I'm not interested. Now, later on in the day, what if it comes back up to these levels? Maybe I'll get interested again. Ah, nicely done, Trady, Shady. I see on your GL now. It's taking that nice plunge for you. Okay. PRI. Okay. Let's take a look at PRI. Wow. Problems at Primerica. Okay. So this is one of these short sellers, and they make no bones about it. They say, hey, we're short, and this is our report. And their reports are usually very, very detailed. Now, now, for instance, with that's what happened to a GL. Was he Panda came up with their report a few days ago. basically accusing them of fraud, etc., and just caused the stock to absolutely tank. I'm not as familiar with the Bear Cave and what their track record has been, but you can see that it's obviously had an effect. You know, when they came out with a report, stock was at 214 and it moved down to 180. I mean, that's a that's a big drop, obviously. Meanwhile, look at our market, guys. So we've been up an hour now. These are all 15-minute candles. So we've had an hour of a move off that 500 level. So that 500 level is still being defended for how long? I don't know. Hmm. Now, are they accusing them of fraud the same way that Fuzzy Panda accused GL of fraud? I haven't read the report. So, David, again, just to it may be a question of semantics. Okay, when you say how many other layouts do I use? This is the layout. I mean, this is my. I've got other scans on my other monitor. Oh, okay, I've got two other monitors, and that's all part of the layout. And the reason I don't share the entire layout is because not everybody wants everything. So that's why I've done what I do on my homepage. You can pick and choose what you want. Well, they're basically saying the same thing that Fuzzy Panda accused GL of. They don't. I don't see the word fraud here, but it might be. Are you talking about this, Steve? Yes, this is from Interactor Brokers. Our news is it's okay. I What I like to use our news for is, if I want to go back a week ago or maybe even a month ago and see what, if something happened, I can use our news. But if I'm looking for something a little more active intraday, I use Interactive Brokers. Well, let's see where it got to. It got down to a little bit below that weekly low, 186.43. It got down to 186, 184.64. So give me a moment, guys. Now, when do they release earnings? May the 6th. So that is pretty close also. Because somebody said, remember who it was, that in theory, a company cannot come out with like well, I'll call it a hardy defense 25 days before earnings. So if I'm these short, if I'm doing any, if I'm one of these short guys, I check to see when they have earnings. If that is truly the case, GL came out with a what we'll call a minor defense, and maybe that's the only defense they're going to come up with. I don't know. GL has earnings on the 22nd, so 4 days from now. Well, I use Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I mean they don't always have shorts available, but it doesn't bother me too much. I'm in Canada also. I used to have Questrade. Questrade every now and then has shorts that IB doesn't have. Trade Zero, yeah, it's expensive, but so is Centerpoint. Okay, I mean Centerpoint is probably the call it the best one out there. If you want a full inventory of shorts with all these crazy companies, all these low floaters, more than likely Centerpoint will have it. But you pay, you do definitely pay. But if the stock moves down a lot, it may not matter. I don't know if there's any news for DJT, exactly specific news. All right. Well, explains to shareholders how to block their DJT stock from being loaned to short sellers. Okay. I guess that's the news. Now, consequently, I can't short this one. There are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers anyway, even if I wanted to short. The shorts come on and off. Now, in the old days, now, it cannot be the same. I remember in the old days, I'm talking years and years and years ago, you could request your certificate from your broker of the stock, and that would prevent it. But I don't know. Might be there's an electronic way to do it. I really don't know. So they're trying. So that's their news, I suppose, if you will. No other news that I can see. Oh, Shady, come on, man. I know you want to pick on me every time I talk about that. Let's just see what happens after the 22nd. Okay. I'm just, oh, cool. I didn't know that, William. Okay, guys. Let's see. Not getting too many new. It's interesting that our AI wanted to short EYPT. Still might be. It wanted to short it on that big pull up. I mean, there was a reason for this big drop. I mean, we just can't find it. Or as I can't find it. William said he couldn't find it either. And so maybe this is the end of the pull up and maybe it'll resume down. And I'm seeing posting by people at Trade Ideas. So it looks like for sure, okay, that the simulator will be available. Okay. The simulator will be available if you have a Mac or a tablet. Healy. Ooh, expensive. Helen of Troy. Wow, not very much volume. Okay, not very much volume. So look what's had wow, a big rebound. Infi. So it's still down for the day. Infi is down for the day. It's an earnings play, but what a rebound from 15.4. Yeah, almost a dollar, almost a dollar and a half from the lows in feet. It's a big float. That's a big move. I mean, 4 billion in the float to move that much steadily up. Now let's see what happens. Can it get positive, or will it stall at yesterday's close? I mean, it's 6 cents away. Yeah, my guess is that this bear seller or bear cave, the short seller, probably really helped GL moving down too. So it's because the same sort of accusations. It's because it's about the same time. If you look at GL, because it's about the same time that short report came out. So what I'm going to do with the PRI is, in case it hasn't had exactly the same collapse, I'm going to stick an alert. I mean, way down here, because if it takes this out, I don't know where the next support area is. Let's take a look at a monthly chart for it. I mean, the next areas could be down to 172. I'm not saying it's getting there, but interesting. It's actually having a bounce here. All right, guys, 11:06. So I'll be taking my break in about an hour. I'm going to just check to see if it's going to be Steve in our YouTube room, or is he switching with Andy again? One 195. Let's see. I have, well, interesting. Usually we're pretty much the same. I've got 197.09 for the VWAP for PRI. So let's see what happens. So you've got 195, 97, 196. So I've got 190. We've got 197. You've got 196. Pretty close. This could be interesting. This MEG, there's the next high looking left on the daily chart, 42.66. Had a terrible day yesterday. It was not an earnings play yesterday. Just trying to find out. I don't see any news on it from yesterday. Sorry, I see the news now. So it was a financing and at 37.15 a share. So it's holding the financing price pretty nicely actually now, 37.15 a share. So, you're $3 above that. Give me a moment, please, guys. Is that right, Shady? Yeah, that's what I've seen some reports from him, if his only one kid. I just can't remember how productive they've been. What is there must be an insurance industry ETF, right? I know I could look it up, but if somebody knows it somebody knows it, like one that has some volume, be interesting just to take a look at it to see what's happening with it. Okay, I've got a couple of options, IAK and KIE. So let's take a look. IAK. And yeah, so it just doesn't trade. Okay, 17,000 shares. I mean, it's been moving down. And let's take a look at KIE. Something with some volume. So this has got some volume. All right. So this has definitely got some volume. Not huge, but 222,000 shares. So this might be, you know, I mean, you can see the month it's had. Thank you, guys. Boy, how quiet is this? The 10-day, the option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo scan. No, nothing from it today. Not yet, anyway. It's one of my favorite scans, and it doesn't give too many on a normal day anyway, maybe five or six, but a little bit strange. Nothing today. Meanwhile, this market is, yeah. Time is it now? 11:12. So who talks? So Bostic was talking at 11 o'clock, and evidently he didn't say anything to tank the market. So Bostic, one of the Fed presidents. So that's it. We don't have. There's no bond auction at 1 o'clock today. So we're sort of past all the things that can affect the market. Your good deed. Okay, guys, BPTH, it hasn't utterly collapsed. Okay. I mean, it's been, a challenge, but, look, if it can take out this $7 level later on, it could have another run. And we look at it on a monthly chart. The next high is 750. Yeah, that's the same as the weekly. Here we go, guys. Here is another IPO. Okay, 2.2 million between 4 and 6 MTEN. It's a China stock. Haven't found that the China stocks are that. So it was priced at $4 a share. Just started trading. Okay, we're just not finding that the China stocks are doing much. Okay. We used to see this all the time, that these really cheap IPOs with very few shares offered out of China, but it sometimes have an explosive first couple of days. I'm not seeing it, but what we are seeing are the Singapore stocks doing something like that. So again, when I say enthusiasm, I mean the IPO is priced at 4. If it opens way above 4, maybe $5 or $6, and it keeps up there, it stays up there, then you can say, okay, there's some enthusiasm for this. There's right now, there's no enthusiasm. But as always, I will put an alert at the high here and see what happens. Maybe later on it takes it out and has a bit of a run, but CGC, what's happening with CGC? Somebody pop that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, since the high's up here, cannabis play, of course, has just been drifting down steadily, having a bit of a day today. And this was I mean, again, in your country, it's all about Senator presses Garland on marijuana banking. Anyway, wake me up when your country says it's all good. Okay, guys, I just had message from Steve. So it will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. Takes over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, so Sojourner, you're not getting that from us, okay? I mean, I don't you I'm an intraday trader, so I don't care about news like that, okay? So I have no I mean, there's all sorts of websites out there, but understand that some of these websites, I mean, they've got vested interests in maybe talking about a specific stock and suggesting maybe you buy it now. But this is what you're in right now is a pretty active intraday room, okay, trading room, which doesn't really matter what fundamentals are all about on a given day. Now, what I will say though is that the ones that I'm looking at, if a stock is very active on say today, and it closes, near the high, near the high. And when you start looking left on, say, a daily chart or a weekly chart, and you see that it still has a lot of room to run, keep moving until it hits maybe a resistance area, that can be, something that you might want to look at. However, these are pretty active stocks, and they can be very volatile. So, I would not necessarily recommend that these are good for long-term swing trades. There is one thing that we have that is called the stock composite rating, that a high stock composite rating, I'm pointing to it right there, say 80 and above, that means that a stock has got pretty decent fundamentals and also technicals. Technicals meaning probably over a bunch of moving averages. So, those are stocks that you might want to look at. But as far as the website goes, I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, there's just tons of websites out there that are going to, hawk different trading opportunities. So now, if you're new to trading, number one, though, if you're new to trading, I would take a look at this. I'm talking to Sojourner in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you're new to trading, you click on my homepage link, and Trading 101. Okay, this is a series of free videos that I think you probably should take a look at. It goes over how to read a chart, trends, things like that. There are about 38 videos. You don't have to look at them all, but if you're new to trading, you have to understand how to read a chart. I mean, I would never just blindly follow some website that says, we think this is a good one to buy, and here's why. I mean, it's up to you, but I would also really want to, even if you decided that, well, that's not a bad idea, you should be able to look at a chart though and maybe confirm it to yourself. And yeah, now I see what these guys are talking about. Okay, so I would take a look at this Trading 101. It's free. Then the other thing to do before you start trading is, to use a simulator. We have a simulator that you can use. It's using our real-time data, and practice trading before you commit money to the market. If you're new to trading, I would want to practice trading before you commit money to the market. So I'm not trying to dissuade you, okay? But trading is not easy. There's it's not. I'd love to say, yeah, just go to this website and they're going to tell you what to buy and sell, and that's it. If that were the case, I wouldn't be here. Hmm. All right, guys. Maybe the ZYPT now. If this takes out maybe 1880, the low there, 1880, this might be setting up for an interesting short. Yeah, I would keep an eye on the ZYPT. Had to be a reason. We could not seem to find a reason why this was moving down the way it did. I mean, that was a big drop from 20 down, 21 down to 17. And we could not, in 30 minutes, couldn't seem to find any reason for it. And then look at the pop it had. But maybe if we figure out why this happened, for all the reasons why this happened, they could still be in place. Now, Sojourner, I mean, somebody in the YouTube room, you're in the they may come, they may have an opinion about where you could look. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen FBGL for a while. As you say, speaking of Singaporean stocks, whoop, wrong symbol. Is it FBGL or FGBL? It's neither. Which one do you mean, Andy, in our YouTube room? I'm wondering. I am on another new build that I loaded last night. I'm wondering. Go back to the other one. No, 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 no. I did not mention a Singapore stock that might have opened today. No, I was saying that it was a China stock, and it's finding that the China stocks are not. It was MTEN. I'm just saying that the China stocks are not as in favor, in my opinion, anyway, over the last little while as the Singaporean stocks are. So it was just a general comment. It was not about a Singaporean stock. MTEN is China, and look, nothing's happening. ALK is an earnings play, Oliver. I know you know that. ALK is an earnings play, ALK. And so let's take a look left on the monthly chart. 48.23. So on a monthly chart, let me take a look at a weekly chart, see how much room it's got. Yeah, you'd have to see it on a monthly chart. Okay, guys, just okay. EYPT. Okay, a minute. Want to see if this next low over here, 75. It takes that out. 19 will get me out. So not telling you to do anybody to do the same thing I'm doing. Just want to see if this rig downtrend takes a little bit of effect again. And it may not, it may knock me out of the trade. Gonna have a little bit of patience on it. AI, not good, nothing, not really good today. Nothing really. I'm waiting to see if this EYPT has anything to it. It's a short opportunity. And the only one that looked decent at the very beginning was the THCH, but I didn't like it because I thought there was too much support or resistance not that far away. So I didn't take it. Other than that, really nothing to report on the AI today. We've had some really good ones in the last, I don't know, 3 to 4 weeks, though, especially these low floaters at Gap. Well, it has been aggressive. I mean, that's what I mean. The low floaters at Gap. I mean, those are, that is pretty aggressive, in my opinion, anyway. Well, I'm not loving this AYPT. Just a little bit above where I shorted it. So trying to give it a little bit of time here and see if this downturn that we had for 30 minutes has any effect. All right, we've got a little bit of a downturn now in the SPY, guys. There's no news. No, there was nobody talking. So a little bit of a downturn in the SPY after one, two, three, four, five, an hour and a half straight up. So, guys, my number one focus later on in the day has to be that BPTH. It's hanging tough, and just see if later on in the day it has that big run. I mean, it's already up a lot. I get it right now, but I will not lose sight of it. I will not lose sight of it because I've got price alerts set. Well, now EYPT is just putting me to sleep. So it's basically a little bit above where I shorted it at 1891 ish. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to get rid of the browser interface on this one. All right, guys. Well, listen, I just have to concentrate on this EYPT. I don't want it to really pop high on me. So, but it's just, look at the volume now. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm back. Look at the volume, that BPTH, the volume. Let me get the BPTH up again. So I was saying the other day that I thought we might have had a record on float turnover with the WISA, WISA. It was about 150. I'll explain what I mean by that. But let's take a look at this one. I mean, we're at about 100 now. So yeah, so we're at about 100 right now. So now we have 632,000 in the float, okay? It's traded 63 million. So you divide that into that, you get approximately 100 times the float. And on a couple of days ago, 3 days ago with the WISA, it traded the float 150 times. And that I thought was probably one of the largest I've seen in terms of float turnover. This could challenge it though. It would need another, what, 32,000 or 32 million shares, and it could happen. Ugh, come on. Listen, EYPT, take me out of the trade or do something. Well, there you go, Denver. There's the break over 668 briefly. All right, guys, I'm out of it. Excuse me, I'm out of the EYPT. EYPT. I may take a look at it again if it gets back down into the 1880s right here. I may take a look again. So I took a little loss on that one on the short. I haven't looked at Bitcoin, but Bitcoin having a bit of a surge today, I guess, with the market. And again, the big day is, I guess, on the 20th, the halving event, not halving of the price of Bitcoin, but the halving that the miners make from mining Bitcoin. And that's why the riots and the maras are been hit hard. All right. Well, okay. EYPT now back under 19. I'm going to wait to see if it's down to say the 1880s. Maybe I don't know. I love to know what actually caused this. Ah, well, now look at BPTH. So that's why I waited. I'm glad I waited. And guess what? Halted on the way down now. BPTH halted on the way down. So this may be the death knell for it today. I mean, if it takes out all this down here, uh, ALRN, yeah, ALRN. This is on the on the move for sure. Here, okay, another China stock, guys. Okay, CDTG. Let's just take a look at it to see. It was supposed to come out around 4. Okay, another China stock. But again, it's underneath the IPO price. So there's not a lot of enthusiasm for these. Yeah, again, guys, just not China, just not cutting it right now. So retired Fido in our YouTube room asked, "Do I have the IPO set up?" So what I do is I go to the IPO calendar. Well, first of all, sometimes I would say I don't know what the percentage is anymore, but if you have my house resumes, you notice that this is resumed. Okay, CDTG, and it's just a quirk in our Halts resumes that a lot of times IPOs show up as a resume. Obviously, it wasn't halted before; it just started trading. Okay, I can't guarantee that every single IPO is going to show up like this, though. Okay, I would say at least 80%, maybe 90% of them seem to show up. But what typically I do, because I don't, what I want to know more is okay, what was the projected IPO price and how many shares and what country is it from? So what typically I do, and I'll start doing it a little bit more. You saw though on my price alert window how it popped up when it started to trade. So I'll show you how I'm going to do one because I think this is a better way to do it. Okay, so this is what I use for IPOs. Nah, what's going on? This is what I use for IPOs, and I'll just put this link in. So here's the IPO calendar. Okay, so these are the upcoming IPOs. You can see the CDTG is right here. CTRI. Now this is one that's upcoming, and if you're interested, so this is what I do. CTRI has not started trading yet, so I'll just type in CTRI. Okay, not starting to trade yet. And then I'll put a price alert. I'll right click. I'll create a price alert. I'll put it at 1. because we know when it starts to trade, it'll be over one. Now, this is what I mean. What I want to do is I want to find out, okay, how many shares, which, and it says about 12, I'm going to, and I can short form this 12 million, and it was priced at, sorry, it was, whoops, it was priced, at 21. Okay. So I can put 21 here. And then I can also, this is a pretty big one, a Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, or I'm sorry, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. So I will put that when it's a pretty big one, just to give me an idea who's behind it. Okay. Now, oops. If it's a US stock, which this is, I don't bother putting the country. Okay. So now I save it. When it starts to trade, it'll pop up on my price alert window. You'll see it. And more importantly though, I'll know what the structure is, I'll know, like, for instance, if it was priced at 21 and it opens at 24, then there's some enthusiasm for it. Okay. Now here's another one that's supposed to open, and you can see there's the date, and these are supposed to open today. No absolute guarantee. This is a huge one. IBTA. Look who's behind it: Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, etc. But let's see if. Okay, I'll put this one. This is supposed to open tomorrow. Okay, Linkers Industries. First thing I want to do is, where are they out of? I'm sure it's out of China. Malaysia. Could be interesting. Okay, so again, what I do is I'll put the symbol in LA. The symbol is going to be LNKS. LNKS. Right click, create the price alert, $1. Put the structure in, 2.2 million between 4 and 6. And I'll put Malaysia. Oops. So I think this is a better way to do it, because when the IPO comes on, then I have an idea about how many shares, because I put it in the notes section. And what you can do is you can take this. Oh, I see. FBGL. Is that what? I see. Now I understand why. Somebody asked about that. Yeah. So this I do have this already in here, I believe, but I'll make sure. This is going to be Singapore next week. And I'm finding that the Singaporean stocks are the ones that are giving us the biggest moves. So I'm going to put that in, FBGL. Now I see why you asked me, somebody in our YouTube room. Right click, create the price alert, 1.9. I mean, crazy low. That's why they can go nuts. Okay. $4, Singapore. Okay. Now I'm prepared. If it happens next week, because there's no absolute guarantee that these are going to come out on the days they're talking, but if it happens, then you're prepared for it. So you can take the calendar and say on a Saturday or Sunday, you can take a look at all the upcoming ones and do exactly what I did and just prepare for it. Yeah, Andy, I'm sorry. I thought you meant it already had come out. Yeah, so I'll very interested to see what happens if it does in fact come out next week, FBGL. Because the last Singaporean one, and I can't even remember it anymore, the last one went crazy. But you can see, I mean, this is an IPO at $4. It's underneath the IPO price. So, there's not a technical term, but there's no enthusiasm for it. All right, guys. So, what time is it now? 11:48. So, in about 12 minutes, I'll be taking my break. So you're going to see, and you're going to lose my layout for a bit. I'm going to go back to yesterday's development build for me because it seemed to work a lot better in terms of resources. I don't know. It might be just a coincidence. You know what, guys? I mean, I may have to flip the script in my mind here on the EYPT. This is now basing, pretty nicely. Um, I may want to go long. I mean, so what I've done is I've got price alerts. Okay, there we go. See how there's the CTRI. So I don't like the more expensive ones as much, but look, 12 million, 21 was the IPO price. So it is as we speak, it's above it, and it's quite above it. Okay. Now trading IPOs the day of is very, very tricky. Typically, what I do is, I don't hop into the IPO immediately. What I'll do, for instance, on this one, I'll put a price alert now at the high of the day. Let me take it out immediately and then see what happens if it does take it out later on. All right, so I'll do that right now. Now, if that happens right away, I'm not taking it. Typically, what I'd love to see is for this to be underneath this high for a couple of hours. And then maybe, a couple of hours later, maybe it takes out the high. All right, PRI inching back to the VWAP. So it's been pretty erratic. Well, I guess for your VWAP, it got there, right? We have it at 196. I think you said 195. So I guess it. So well, we have it at right here. That when I say we trade ideas, ours is at 195.94, and you can see what it did. It got right there, and then that's where it stalled. Meanwhile, all that good work being semi wiped out now in the market. We're now 40, well, not quite 45 minutes. Red candles after an hour and a half up, 45 minutes down, not quite 45 minutes. Now, notice that the CPRI did not show up here as a resume. So, as I was saying, it is not, the Halts resume was not designed to show IPOs the first day as a resume. It just seemed to happen. All right. So, settling in now between 23 and 24. So, what Shady is talking about for the Dow Jones DJT. So what he put in 30, 30, 29, and it triggered for him. So it got up to 30, 30. Okay, right there. So he's taken the trade and he's got to stop at 29. So about a $1.30 stop. And that's what he, so that is, just to decipher in case you're wondering what he meant by that. Now, Steve, who's going to be in our YouTube room, is a big proponent of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That is what that orange line is. Okay. So if he had been in this trade, maybe down here, he would not get out unless it broke down through this. Yeah, I have no recommendation. I don't use trailing stops. Okay, Jay. But you know what? Steve is way, way more of a swing trader than I am. And he'll probably talk about a couple of moving averages on a daily chart. Okay. And he'll be there in about 4 minutes. So I would ask him that very question, Jay. I'm talking to Jay in our YouTube room. Any thoughts or recommendations for trailing stocks on intermediate term swings? Okay. I'm sure he'll be able to answer that question way better than I can because I don't swing and I don't use trailing stops. Speaking of this, I will put the YouTube link in the main room right now. So you guys can head over and listen to Steve for his hour. I think it's always a good idea to head over. We've got the 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. So we all have different trading styles. And Andy tomorrow, Steve today, Michael on Tuesday, they're way more into swing trading than I am, as an example. And I'll get my announcement in. Okay, so when Steve takes over for me, I'll be back. I'll be off for about an hour. Back at 1 o'clock. Okay, so now I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. He should be here any moment now, or here in our YouTube room any moment now. All right, AGBA, maybe this is starting to come back a little bit. If it takes out a dollar again, it may get running. There's a lot of people like myself who won't trade stocks under a dollar. It's just a personal preference. If you're going to ask me why, it's just a personal preference. If you can make money trading stocks under a dollar, go for it. I just, it's just not what I like to do. And guys, yeah, so get ready. I'm sure Steve is going to talk at length about the test drive that starts tomorrow. And of course, the contest that's next week, that is part of it. And I think I heard a little ping. Is that you, Steve?
I am here.
All right, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, so Steve is in our YouTube room right now. I've put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Steve now. I'm muting myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can give a proper welcome to Mr. Steve Gomez, who is now going to take over for me for about an hour in our YouTube room. How
Correct.
are you today, sir?
Oh, I'm a little sore from golf yesterday, but I'm good.
Oh, it's too bad.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any sympathy.
No, I got to come back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, I haven't really done much trading wise. I did come in long DJT and decided to sell it for some reason, only to
Okay.
watch it rip without me. So I'm sure you've had
Mhm.
that fun experience.
Oh,
want
yeah.
just want to relay that to people in case that happens to you, just to remind you it happens to everybody. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, isn't that the classic question we
Mhm.
get? I always sell too soon. How do I maximize my gains? And you know
Oh, I
what?
flatted it. I flatted it. I mean, I bought it yesterday, and when the market rolled over this morning, it came back down, and I'm like, I'm not going to lose money on this, and so I sold it, and it turned and ripped.
So did you see what their well, I'll call it their news was?
No, I did not.
Well, they said, listen, guys, if you want to prevent the short sellers, we're going to show you how you can prevent your stock from being allowed to be sold short. So that was their news.
I see it. Yeah.
So anyway,
Okay. Well,
okay.
it's the age-old question. What's legitimate short and what's egregious shorts? I don't know. Maybe they feel there's egregious shorting going on.
Well, the funny thing, well, funny, I don't know if it's funny, but I mean, I can't even short it at IB. There's just no shorts available. So I
Oh,
don't even know how many shorts are really available at
yeah.
all the different brokerages. So,
Interesting.
yeah. Okay, my
Well,
friend, I will now I just want to ask, I will ask you,
mhm.
is there a definitive word right now?
Mm.
I think the simulation will be available, right, for Max.
I
And
think so. They've been making videos on it. When I attend the dev meeting after this, I'll know for sure, so I can give you a more
okay,
definitive answer. But they are all full speed ahead, and it looks like it's going to happen because they've been
okay.
making promotional videos about it.
And the next one is, will the tree map be in the next build, in the build that people can download? That's because
Um,
I'm getting so tired of having to explain. People say, "Well, I want how I can't get my top list to look like yours."
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to say 99% yeah, but I'll bring it up
Okay.
just to make sure and get a
Okay.
confirmation for you.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Thank you,
All
Steve.
right.
We'll see you in about
You're
an
welcome.
hour.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hang on one second. All right. I had to grab something to drink. So, oops. Hang on a second. Here we go. I accidentally went backwards. All right. Jay, was that a question that you got an answer on? Any thoughts, recommendation for trailing stops on intermediate swings? I mean, if you haven't heard my sermon on this, let's use DJT as an example. Let's say me being a complete idiot sold right here, and some smart person, guy or girl, bought right here. Well, that person would have been wise to probably take off a little bit of profits, after a pretty good move. And maybe they took a little bit more off, but maybe they're trailing that last third. What I would do, and what I always do to make sure I try to maximize my final um, lot, is just keep this price above the rising 10 SMA here on the 15-minute chart. The very first closing candle that we get underneath there is going to be my sell signal to take the rest off. So I use the moving average as a trailing stop, Jay, but just because it touches it doesn't mean I get out and panic. I want to see the candle close. So we still got 11 minutes to see if this current little candle here can close above and continue to grind higher. If it doesn't, that's just the technical signal to me. Hey, the technicals seem to be telling us that you're running out of momentum. And if you're running out of momentum, the first person to the fire exit probably is going to do the best. So that's the earliest signal that I will give myself. So again, I like to take profits as it's screaming higher and 8-10%. This thing was up. It was up a lot more earlier. But I mean, how much do you want to get in one day, really? I mean, you gotta pay yourself. But that last final chunk, that's the hard part. You want to see it just kind of grind up like that. So that's how I do it, Jay. And I think the biggest takeaway for me to give to you again and remind you and repeat is don't panic. If, like right here, the SPY just touched that line. Don't panic and get out. We still have 10 minutes. You got to be patient and wait and let these candles resolve, because the closing candle is so much more important than the intermediate candle. So hopefully that helps. That's the hardest part in trading, is to know when to take profits and know when to cut your remainder. And that's how I do it, because the 10 SMA on a daily chart or a 15-minute chart is the momentum line for me. That tells me the momentum is intact. Uh-huh. Okay, so hopefully that helps, Jay. Since I have the market up, oh, by the way, this is just nothing more. This tree map here, WISA, that's a fun name, right? We're all familiar with that one. The only reason these names are on here is, I will show you the tree map. This is my short squeeze. So if I just go back to tree map, I can see motion. Carvana's green today. Carvana's got 30% short the float. So when I talk about short the float, that's what we're looking at. So everything on this tree map has high short floats. Ooh, look at this, MPW, that medical properties. Oh boy, that's interesting. Medical properties, trust, real estate investment. I don't have a strong feeling about real estate investment trusts. When you look at IYR, you can see why. But what the hell is going on with MPW? So here's what I would do. I would say the squeeze at 35% might be on. Big float though, 587 million. So you can find ideas in here. Now, do I just pull up and buy it? No, maybe what were we just talking about, Jay? Maybe I just use the same concept as an entry. If this MPW comes down and taps that price alert, maybe I jump in as an entry. So I kind of use that and I lean on that. And if it fails, if we get that closing candle, the signal candle, then I'm out for a quick loss, paper cut. Not too bad. Okay, do you do that even on stocks you think you'd be holding for 2 weeks? Well, I'll do it on the daily chart. Same concept, Jay, but we're doing daily chart. So let's see if I can find something here. I'm currently in HYMC, which has been a very volatile trade of the week, and it's rolling in midday. But look at what this gives me here. Yesterday and the day before, 2 violent downdrafts, but popped back up and closed above. So on the swing trades, Jay, if you've been holding for something for 1 or 2 weeks and you're trying to hold on to your last position, 1/3, 1/4, whatever have you want to wait till the end of the day. Because if I had panicked out of HYMC, I was golfing here yesterday. I didn't even know what was going on, right? If I put a stop, then they would have got me. But I have conviction in this trade. I still have conviction. But at the end of the day, we've got to have this price bounce back up and close above. So therefore, if we were to close a little bit weaker right here at the end of the day, you would use that to get out. So it's the same concept, Jay. 10 SMA on a 15-minute is a good intraday momentum gauge. And on the daily, of course, you're going to have a lot more noise on the daily, but in the long run, the price is still going to hold that lower 10 SMA. Yeah, so that's a common trait, what he said, holding losers longer than winners, and that's hard. So, I mean, it's a two-pronged attack there. Obviously, there's an art form to using stops. And what I mean by that is you don't want to use a hard stop in the first 30 minutes of trading, 20 minutes, because they will probably steal your shares if it's a strong stock. But you need to have a mental stop. And I know it's not easy to pull a hard stop on the open, but once the first 15-minute candle has established itself, maybe even the second one, that's your low of the day. That is where you can jump back in and put a hard stop and let that work for the rest of the day. That's my experience. Now, that'll help you with the losers. But the most important thing is to have a mental hard stop. The worst thing you can do, and I've done it too, you talk yourself into it. I know if I sell right here, this damn thing is going to bounce and spite me. We all say the same thing. It's the same conversation we all have in our head. But you still have to have a hard stop. And for me, a lot of times, like, here's a funny one. And this did exactly what I was just talking about. But I did something a little different this time. I had a pretty heavy position in beat. And on this day right here, this is my rule. That was a definitively closing candle below the 50. I will not hold on to things below the 50. You're just becoming a hoper. What I did was I sold 1/3 just to satisfy myself, because in the back of my mind, I knew this particular stock had the propensity to turn around and just rip for no reason on volume when you're not looking. So I lightened up in that case. It wasn't a complete break, but let me show you what I would do with the SMHs. Getting back to the 50 SMA, I do not want to be long technology. I do not want to be long semiconductors. It's all breaking below the 50. I mean, MU is below the 50. Ugh, it's on lows. TSM gap down, still below the. So we are now under the 50. If all these stocks close below the 50, AMD has been sucking for a while. And then, of course, we have this guy. And what we see in the video, this is the most resilient of them all. Spiked down. What was I just talking about, Jay? Stole the shares from everybody who put a stop in there. Look at everybody. I'm going to put a stop on my 50-day moving average. And I'm just going to go to work and drive to work and hope that the robots don't take it. Well, in the first 20 minutes, they're going to take it. This is actually a little bit later. But, oh, no, this is right on the open, isn't it? Let me just see something here. Yep, that's the open. There's your opening candle. Whoosh, whoosh. That's what the algorithms do. They prey on good till canceled market stop orders. Don't use them. Peter, if I have a mental stop, I will end up in a mental institution. Yeah, I will turn my mental stop into a hard stop, but I won't do it until after the first 30 minutes of the day to avoid this crap right here. This stuff happens all the time. This is how payment for order flow works. You get free commissions at Schwab and E-Trade and TD, and then you send your orders, and they turn around and they literally sell you out. They go, here's Citadel. We have 100 customers who want to sell NVIDIA below 839. Have the information, enjoy it. And then they get payment for that. They get something in return for that. There's no one side. So your broker's holding your money, your broker's selling you out, sending your orders to Citadel so they can quantify the open and say, hey, there's enough stop orders down here that if we roll them down like a bowling ball, we can be profitable. And it happens every day in hundreds and hundreds of names. Don't fall victim to this. It's easier said than done. I understand. Nobody likes watching prices go through your levels. But to the point, if I said, okay, I survived that and I'm bullish NVIDIA, which I'm not, I'd probably come in here and I'd say, geez, anything below that right there, this was a wash. That happened and probably very quickly. So if the price wants to come back down here and head low, it's probably going to go to low. So I might as well just use this. So I would use a hard stop right there. So I don't want to say that I'm against hard stops. I just am against them in the opening because I refuse to be taken advantage of by our brokers and the market makers at Citadel. Scumbags, in my opinion. Jay, I did the same thing. I bought it yesterday. I went golfing. I put a stop in too with the intent to hold, but you sold for gains. Okay, so right. So here's what you got to do. Still use those moving averages. Let's go back to DJT yesterday as an example. You still want to use the moving averages. Okay, so here's yesterday. Let's go to yesterday. Okay, there was literally no reason to get out. I mean, I'm going to say literally until this candle right there. And that was today, wasn't it? Hold on a second. I'm not seeing my breakdowns. 12:30, 1, 2, 2. Okay, so here's our first candle of the day. So we did have a little bit of a breakdown at the end of the day. And also pay attention to this. This is the 5-day moving average. So I'm not sure where you bought or where you sold, but if you sold anywhere in here, you shouldn't have. And I understand the concept of looking down at your P&L and going, oh my God, that's $300. That's I could use that money. And you take it. But the worst thing you could do is you sell above that moving average because the price is still intact. I would venture to guess that candle right there probably would have scared me out if I was looking for a day trade. But in the bigger picture, I was thinking I could maybe get something out of this oversold daily condition. And when your time frame is a little bit longer, you have to let the stock breathe. And that's the hardest part of trading. I remember for me, it was the hardest part. I'd get that first run and then I would take it because I couldn't stand to watch the pullback of a stock breathing. And then it would rip higher 30 minutes later. So you have to just tell yourself the stock is strong. If you need confirmation, look at the relative volume. 2.7 relative volume. DJT's got some good relative volume today. That should keep you in the trade and tell you, oh, look at this. This is giving us a perfect example right here. Let's say for the person that grabbed my shares this morning, if it was me, I'd be sitting here just licking my chops going, oh man, this thing is poised. It's consolidating. The 10 SMA is crossed above the 5. So in order to get to here, you had to sit through here. And I know that would be no fun. And that's what caught you up, Jay. I sat through that because it didn't bother me. I wanted to see what today held because we had a nice bar reversal, or the first green candle, I should say, that closed back above the 200. But you're running up there. This is no fun. But in order to get to here, you've got to sit through some of this stuff sometimes. There's nothing wrong with maybe taking a third off on day one just to pay yourself and give yourself a little cushion. And then if you do that, 2, 3, 4 days down the road, hey, I'm already up in this trade. I don't have to panic if it breaks this midday moving average because it's still intact on the daily. It's a real mind game. But I'll leave you with this, Jay, before I move on. Selling half can do wonders to that emotion. Just like I said, sell some and pay yourself. And then you've satisfied that fear demon that says, you better hit it now, because if you don't take it now, that $300 is going to be gone and you're not going to be able to live with yourself in the afternoon. So why not just pay yourself? You satisfy both greed and fear demons at once, and you take some off. And that makes it easier to stay in. I guarantee you, legging in and then legging out. Stepping in and stepping out is a good practice. All right. Hello, Shaw. How you use this is the 5-day SMA. Great question, Shaw. It's a day SMA, but it's showing itself on my 15-minute chart. How do we do that? Oh, look at this candle. Just beautifully holding that. I mean, it's like a bird in the hand, just holding that momentum line. The indicator is a 130, Shaw. You take an SMA and you put 130 periods in. If you divide 130 into 5 days, you get, I'm sorry, if you divide 15-minute candle into 5 days of trading from bell to bell, you will get 130 candles. So by doing so, it's bringing the 5-day moving average away from this mess and bringing it over into my clean chart, where it's still the exact same value, but it's a much smoother line. And so I only have 2 indicators. This is the general bill of health and the momentum line. So yesterday, DJT followed the momentum line, got held up as you would expect at the 5-day general health line, and then pulled back like an arrow and shot through. So now it's all of a sudden it's in good health again on the 15-minute. We've got great relative volume. The price is following the 10 SMA. We might be up here by the time I'm done speaking. I don't know. Sorry, I'm catching up here. All right. So that's what that is, Shaw. Hello, Leon. Can I ask about stage 1, 2, 3, 4 analysis? Perfect. Let's pull it out. Let me see if I've got it, because I just did a presentation on this. And there it is. Beauty. All right. So I did a presentation for Michael, who is on maternity, but I know he's itching to get back because I see him chatting. Okay, so Leon, we're going to ask about stage 1, HITX and ABC stage 2. Okay, so let's just quickly go through and then we'll look at those names and I'll show you something else that's really cool. So what he's talking about are the 5 stages. Yeah, that's me. Again, this is I like to surf the market. And here is the stage analysis brought to us by Brian Shannon. It's a cyclical stage. Stage 1 is dormant accumulation, and all of a sudden it breaks out. Those are the best right there. Excuse me. Those are the best. Then we have the markup, and this can last for a long time, whether it's an individual stock name or an entire index. This is the part of the market that kills people because it makes everybody think that they're smart and the market will always go up, and quit your job, get on Zillow and buy the lake house. And these are the fun times, but fun times don't last. They have to have a cycle. And this becomes one of the hardest stages, the distribution. And this is the stage that I'm going to maintain we are in right now. All right, look at the NASDAQ and the SPYs. Does it not seem like we're in something like this right now? We've had the run up. So if that's the case and this market gets worse, then we still may have the decline stage to deal with. But at least in the decline stage, if you're a good short seller, you can sell the rips and take advantage of the spikes versus buying the dips in the bull market. The reason I said this is the most dangerous is because a lot of times people will come into trading during this market phase because they hear good things and they're seeing their friends making money and they think they can do it too, and they can. But the problem is this can set you up for conditioning. And what I mean by that is conditioning means you just keep buying the dips. You just keep buying the dips. No matter what, you just keep buying the dips, and then eventually buying the dips doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And so you have to be aware. If you came into the market trading where you could throw a dart at a dartboard and make money, it's not going to last forever. You've got to learn how to create your backhand in tennis. This is your forehand. You've got to learn how to create a backhand. Because if you don't, there's nothing you can do but either hunker down and go to cash or continue to do what you were doing and lose money. So you might as well learn how to short sell. Stage 1 accumulation, we got that. So MindMed, this is what we are saying is coming out of stage 1. There's this giant accumulation phase, and boom, we broke out. Now MindMed has had a pretty good move. It's consolidating a little bit, but definitely stage 1. Lower volume in stage 1, and then on a breakout, as we enter into stage 2, possibly, we're going to get that high volume as well. I don't really concern myself much with oscillators. And then here's the advanced stage. You just can do no wrong buying the accumulation markup stage. That's a good example of that. Distribution. Peloton. After a pretty good run up, got a hold of that. That's your stage 3 right there. It doesn't know where it's going. It's range bound. Range bound after a long run to see who's going to win this race. And then eventually, that's where stage 4 would have started on Peloton. And there's the weekly. Pretty much the same spot right there. Declines. Here we're still using Peloton. So again, this is a slide that I used for Michael. So let me show you something that's cool. And here's the style. So the breakout, your traders, your breakout traders, you're buying dips in stages 1 and 3. And I'm sorry, and the trend traders are buying, moving with the trend higher in stage 2 and moving with the trend lower in stage 1. Okay, so that is the synopsis for people who didn't know what the question was, the 5 stages. And before I get to your analysis, we'll do yours first. HRTX. Where do we think HRTX is? And to do that, let's go to a weekly. I don't know why that's showing monthly. There we go. No, not 1 month. Let's try that. Bear with me here. How do I get to weekly? Okay, I don't. Weekly. Okay, so let's try monthly. No, that's not what I want. I'm really messing this up. Monthly. Get rid of that. Okay. I think after what we just looked at, we can all agree that this was a stage 4 decline, and we've been down here kind of in accumulation phase. What I like about it is it's popping its head up above the moving averages there, the monthly moving averages. That's a good sign. Why can't I zoom in here? Here we go. Let's go back to weekly real quick, and it might define the accumulation stage. So the fact that it broke back above that level right there, and it's above its 50-week, it's above all its moving averages, it's making an effort to come out of stage 1, I would think. What's the other one you asked about? ACB. Interesting, because remember what I said? You get the volume that wants to signal a possible move out of the what do we call that? I can't remember what the first name of that was. My mind. This was a fake out, and then it dropped right back down. But this one might be holding some weight. If we look at the moving averages again, on that last one, it didn't spend much time above. But now we've got 1, 2, working on our 3rd week. This is looking good. Cannabis company, huh? Interesting. So both of those examples that you did give me, Leon, look like they could be stage 2. And they could be worth buying, depending upon your time frame. Let's do this. I'm going to go back to daily, and I'm going to show you guys a really cool thing that we have. Okay. Where did I find that? It is under new docked channel. Where was that? Oh, I think I know what it was. Oh, it's not in here. So here's what we have to do. Since Michael gave it to me, and I'll share it with you guys. So what I'm looking for, there it is, stage analysis, and there is a layout. So Michael has created 1, 2, 3, 4 windows, and you can see stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. HRTX. What were we just talking about, Leon? So according to Michael's configuration, I'll go ahead and share this now because I know people are going to want it. Okay. So you're getting confirmation there that HRTX, according to Michael's layout, is in fact in stage 2. I don't see very many other names in here at the moment. ADV is about it. So your stage 1 companies, they're just what I noticed is the stage 1 names that come through here, it's like they're starting to show. I almost would have expected HRTX to have been stage 1, but I guess it's been up there enough. They're considering all of this area right there to be part of stage 2. But going back to the CGC, I think that's another cannabis company. And you see how down here in the weekly, we've popped up and it's holding above, again, the 50. That blue line is everything to me. It's the general line of health. Is it below? And then it's not healthy. Hey, all of a sudden it's above and it's pulled back and it's now retesting it as a pivot point. Again, this could be one to watch. I might just go ahead and put a price alert in there. So if you're somebody who's looking for ideas and you do understand the stage analysis alert, some interesting ideas in here. There's ACB. How about that? So both of the names that you called out, Leon, are showing up here in this layout. Hello, Corvette. However, we've got stage 1 for ACB. It was there a second ago. And there it is, ACB. And stage 2 for HRTX. So both of those names that you asked me about are staring us right in the face. And again, Michael thinks HRTX is now in stage 2, but ACB is probably pretty close. And that's why I'm going to set an alert on that one too, just to see what happens. All right. Hopefully that helped, Leon. Oh, you're welcome, Jay. My mind is more erratic than you would think. When I scan for both bullish and bearish engulfing candles that happen together. I'm assuming, how would you scan? We don't have the ability to scan intraday for intraday candles that are bullish and bearish engulfing. We only have the ability to do that on the daily charts. So, yeah, Mohammed, if you scroll just up, it should be right there in the Trade Ideas channel stage layout. Configure scan. Yeah, I don't have the ability. We don't have the ability to identify engulfing candles intraday. We can only do it daily, and it's just the way the architecture is. So there's no way to do that. Old McDonald, I'm sorry. Mohammed, will you be able to share? Yes. So you hopefully have that above. If for any reason you don't have that in the chat, I can share it again. It's probably still on my clipboard. Yeah. Oh, okay. You meant the PowerPoint. Oh, the PowerPoint for the stage analysis. I suppose if you email, I can send you that. Let me see. Yeah. Just send an email attention to Steve. I'll send you. I should be able to send you a copy, although it's a Google Drive. I should be able to share it. I skipped one. CLSK. Playing with the 50, huh? Okay, so it's coming up from underneath. It's making a move. What I've not really ever seen is when they just blast through both of those. So I'm going to bet that this is a solid move, 13%, 14%. But this might be the best we can get today. And this is where patience comes in as a swing trader. Tomorrow is the next day. And you have to wait until tomorrow to see how it resolves. I mean, we would all love to just get 20% movers day after day and just bang in and bang out and book them. But sometimes you got to wait another day or two before you can book your profits. Otherwise, you're getting out too. So I'm seeing a lot of red coming through some of these tickers. What's the market doing? Yep, that's why. See, when I start seeing a lot of stuff coming through here, that's my S&P high-low. It just kind of tells me we're getting some sell pressure coming in here. I'm not in much. I told you guys I was in cash last week, but this is a core holding for me, even though I sold 1/3 down here. I may have bought it back, but that's a core holding for me. I am very bullish, as I said earlier, on the gold mining sector. That's why HYMC is the trade of the week. I am long GDXJ in the money. I bought it 2 days ago. Look at how it's playing havoc here with this 5-day moving average. Once it breaks free from this 5-day moving average, I hope it does, but if it does, it should have some legs. I'm long AG. I don't know if Patrick's here. Patrick and I talk about AG quite often. It's one of the top tier silver miners. Did I chase it up here? Hell no. But after all this drubbing, I said, I am very interested in AG at the 20 SMA. So I'm in the 20 SMA. And then lastly, as I already mentioned, the trade of the week, I am in. And it's very volatile. And that's why I said on Trader TV Live, use half size shares. Something is as volatile as it is. You know, if you normally have, 1,000 shares of something, maybe you trade 500 shares of something that's more volatile. The reason you do that is so you don't get whipped out, because volatility cuts both ways. All right. I think we're caught up on questions. If you want me to look at anything specifically, go ahead and let me know. We still got I think we still got a half. Oh, we got 20 minutes left. Ooh, I'm seeing some happy colors in my GDXJ level 2. I wonder if the market is starting to go lower. That's going to maybe take a gold and silver market higher. Let's just look around the horn. IWM has been strong today. It was very weak the last few days, so it's playing recovery mode. Well, we now have 1, 2, 3 candles below the 10 SMA. So this is telling me we're in for a choppy day. And the bulls have some work to do to regain that moving average. Whereas the NASDAQ, same thing. That little red thing that we just had a second ago was bought up pretty quick, it appears. All right. Good to know. This is just my personal layout, and I'm able to share it. Remember, what I did here is I've got a tree map. I've got a tree map which comes from a top list. And normally when I'm trading, I've got my account in here, but I've got it on the other screen. So I just kind of pop that open and show the tree map. But from here, what I can do is I can save and share to cloud the entire layout. So everything that I have will be in this link. And there you go. You can use that as your layout. That's exactly what I'm seeing. Yeah, there's Patrick. Yeah, CDE was a nice one, but I was back and forth. Do I go for CDE or AG? I liked the way AG had a vicious pullback right to the 20. So I went with this one. Hello, Corvette. I'm glad you can hear now. If you have any questions, I can answer them. That didn't really draw correctly. There we go. That looks better. So DJT is illustrating perfectly my method of staying in stocks that stay above the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And it's killing me that I'm not in it. But that's okay. SRM, Patrick? Not bad. Two things. Currently, it cleared the 5-day, which is solid, and it's also clearing the 50. Don't know what happened back here, but it's a good start. You see that first attempt? 4 attempts, 5 attempts. No definitive close above the 50. But maybe today, for the first time, maybe we get one. All right, I think we're caught up with questions. Okay, here comes some. Pat Leon. Sometimes a block in a tree map is too big to read the other blocks. Yeah, there's nothing we can do to configure that. It's just the way it's designed. I think there are certain throttles or collars in place to where if the stock is like up 117, it's not going to take up the entire block. But concept is to just kind of show you the big names and the color of the direction. But there's no way to control the size of what you see. It's all based on like a tree map, a heat map. It's a share. 33% is a big chunk, so it takes up the most. S1, S2 available, but we do not have S3 and S4. SSR, I'm still climbing. So to answer the question, the pivot points, I'm just going to open up a regular config window. What you do is the key term is pivot. Okay, now you can see those are our choices. We actually have the pivot. We have the R1, R2, S1, S2. However, this filter is used as a distance from. So, if I want to do distance from S1, I'd add that filter, and maybe I've got like, a new low or a new 5-minute low. Okay, well, unfortunately, Trade Ideas only has S1 and S2. So you can configure those, but what you would do is you would say like in the min, you do like negative 0.05, and in the positive, you do like positive 0.05. So you have 0.1% envelope right at the S1. So a new low with this filter is only going to show you new lows at the S1. And of course, as you saw, we have the S2. S3 and 4, that's a bit out there. We don't have those. So John, I think I just shared it. But if you scroll up, there's no, is this still the same? Let me see if it's still the same code. Yeah, that's still the same code. That is my layout. You're welcome to borrow. You can turn things off. Now, some of them might not work. If they're like my liked symbols, that's a symbol list. The S&P 500 should work because that's a generic 500 list. Oh, and look at that. That little bounce back up was short-lived. I'm in another account that I can do these things. It's, what I spoke of earlier is the what was I saying? I got thrown off. I was speaking of my 401k account. I cannot buy levered ETFs. I cannot go short. I cannot play my backhand in my 401k account. And I have another account, and I am long and have been for the last 4 days. 3 days, SSG. Pro Shares Ultra Short Semiconductors. So I've got some stuff working in another account. I'm also SRS. I showed you earlier. I mentioned I don't like the REITs. IYR. This is one of the ugliest charts out there. Real estate investment trusts, office buildings, commercial. It's dying. The chart is now confirming the story. It's dead. So in my other account, I'm playing it as a levered ultra short using SRS. So that's been another good trade for me. That's all I've really got. Okay, so if you've got, Nathaniel, if you've got that in a custom, that's great. I don't use customs. I don't have the ability to answer. I mean, if you know that in fact works and that custom formula works and it's in your account, then it should work. But I don't do customs. I'm not very good at math. You're going to have to send in an email to info@trade-ideas with custom formula as the message and see if one of our smarter people there can figure out, the question that you want. They're going to be daily. They're going to be daily. That I do know. So they're not intraday S's, supports and resistance. They're going to be based off the daily. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, Nathaniel, every time I've looked visually at the S1, S2 and pivots, I can see exactly that they're looking at a daily chart. So that I can confidently answer for you, thankfully. I hope that helps. Sorry, I can't look at the formula and tell you, but I do know from my experience that the general filters for those are based off of daily. Okay, Leon, are you on Trader TV again Monday? I don't know. Probably. Probably. I was going to see if I could get Annie to do it, but I probably will. I would really like to find something I can get behind. I was really hoping HYMC would have done something by now, since that's what we talked about. It's just hanging out here. We still got a long day today. Maybe this thing, if the gold miners do start to come into play again, that could help HYMC. But I look at AG and these others and pause, and they've all had incredible moves. And that's not to say HYMC hasn't either, but it's also been beaten up pretty bad. And the others have not been beaten up like that. So I kind of feel like it's a bit oversold down here. Maybe I'm a week early. We'll find out. The ego in me was going to say, well, if HYMC kicks ass, then yeah, go on Trader TV and take a victory lap. But if it doesn't, throw Andy to the wolves. But I don't think I'm going to do that. I'll find something this weekend, and we'll talk about it on Monday. It's hard for me, man. It's like 5:30 a.m., Pacific time, to get up and look fresh and have a fresh mind and go live. It's like 12:30 for Michael. All right. I think we're caught up on our questions here. If anybody needs any more help or ideas or PLC, I saw that was interesting. Here's a good example of the backstop. See, the 10 SMA will hold for momentum, but sometimes the 10 SMA gives way and momentum breaks. And who's there to catch it? The backstop, the 20 SMA, and kicks it right back into play. That will happen too. Not every chart is going to be clean the way you want it, but for the most part, those are areas of interest. Like that's a perfect example of like 2 days ago watching the reversal, and then 5 minutes to the close. If I would have pulled this up and seen it right there, I would have said, wow, look at that reversal wick through the 20, 5 minutes to go in the day. I'd take it home and you'd be in no pain whatsoever. I do that all the time if I'm looking for it. Perfect time in the Netherlands. All right, that's where you are. Cool. We got to get these silver miners back on track, Patrick. John, thank you. I tried to load the template you provided, but the short squeeze potential channel does not display icon. Okay, this is why. I am on version. I'm on a farther version. Very soon, John, we're going to be rolling out, I think, versions, or actually, I think you can do it right now. Let's take a look. Download software. Download beta. Oh, I just downloaded it. I didn't need to. Do this, and this may get you. If we look at the release notes. Look at that tree map. Okay, so that's what you're missing. This will become our current download. A lot of people don't like to download the beta, but if you do that, that should get you going. And somebody just posted that, probably Barry. Thank you. Here's my Facebook page. Enjoy. So yeah, hopefully the new, the beta. You want the beta. I think we're going to move the beta to the production version here in the next few days, so it's not as confusing, and that will be available to you. And again, the reason I like this one is because all of these have a very short float. So if you get a day when things are really, MPW from, I had it set the wrong spot. That's fine. I can clear that. But yeah, the concept is all of these names have a lot of short squeeze potential. Hello. Who's that?
Yeah, that's me. That's me. So that's why I'm going to beg and plead with the development guys to get that tree map in the production, because you know what happens, Steve. Anybody who's going to download our software in the test drive, they're not going to look at the beta. Beta bad. Not that it is, but that's the idea. They're only going to download the production version. So, the tree map, which is so awesome, has to get in there. Okay, for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure. I'm 99% sure it will, but again, I will confirm that for you.
Yeah, please do.
But I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, well, it's been and we've had the tree map for a long time, and but I was told that there's some other things about not just the tree map, but anyway, that's not we don't have to talk about that here. But just maybe after you're done your development version or the development meeting, maybe you can just pop into Slack and just let me know
Mhm.
because I'd like to be able to add
Announce it.
my I want to add it to my homepage, okay, the tree
Okay.
map version, but I don't want to add it because people, if it's not available in the
Right.
production version, they're going to load it. Hey,
Right.
how come it doesn't look like yours and all that? I don't want to go through
Right.
that. You can go now, though. Sorry. Okay. I
All
just,
right.
I just wanted to get all that in because I know you have to take off pretty soon. So,
No, I'll get that figured out for you.
okay,
And
great.
we
Thanks a
can-
lot, Steve, for taking over, spelling me for the hour. Thanks a lot.
All right. See you guys. Bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of the announcement of the message. And one last task, just to get a little bit of music going. Hey, thank you, Shay. I'm out of it now. I mean, you know me, I'm not going to hold on forever. But yeah, the DJT, you posted that 30:30, quite a, I don't know, maybe half an hour before. Oops, guys, I am hung up. I think. Just a minute, Gerardo. I am hung up in trade ideas, I believe. Yeah, just give me a moment. I want to make sure. You can see my but I cannot do anything. So I'm going to have to reload trade ideas. It's not a big deal, but um, I, but here is the promo code you can use. Okay, I'll just type it in. Okay, Barry 15. Yeah, I'm going to have to reload unless it's just when I tried to type this symbol in, the DJT, I got hung up. Okay, I'm going to end the task. I'm just going to reload that. It's not a big deal. So you'll lose my screen for a bit. Well, there's really no promo code for the test drive. I mean, it's $7.77. Okay, so I mean, there's really not a promo code for the test drive. If you're talking about when the test drive is coming to an end and people want to take out a subscription, that code has not been generated yet. That promo code has not been generated yet. If that's what you're talking about. I mean, look, if you, I guess when you sign up for the test drive, I guess there is a box that you can put the promo code in. So I guess if you want to get 15% off $7.77, I guess it's theoretically doable. But okay, so getting back to hopefully this isn't hang me up again. No, there we go, DJT. So the program just loading. So yeah, I think Shady said I can't remember the time. I could look back, but I think he said 30:33, and I think it must have been on this. I want to say this candle right there, maybe the 11:45 candle, and it triggered for him, and then it came back down. I was watching it, watching it, watching it, and I saw it got up there again and it came back down. But on that candle right there, I decided to. It was just after I did my video, and I was watching it for a 30 30 break, and I actually took it at 30 35, and I'm out of it now. But all right, guys. Well, yeah, look at the SPY now. So all that good work, all that hour and a half straight up, now is being wiped out, and we're testing again that 500 level. There was no news. Nobody was talking. All the talk, everybody has finished talking. 11 o'clock was the last Fed talk. So I think the market is just, we're going to need some good earnings results, I think, from the big guys like the Apples and the Microsofts and the Amazons and all that. I think doesn't Netflix, not that I think Netflix is going to do it, but isn't Netflix this afternoon? Yeah. So Netflix is after hours today. Boy, you know what? I almost got into that EYPT. It triggered just before I was on my break. What did it do? Got down right here. What time is that? Yeah, it was at right at noon, and it triggered. I said I might want to take it if it got into the 1880s again, and then it just popped right back up. So it's just been hanging around between 1880 and 18 and say 1920, that range for quite a while now. I keep thinking that maybe the reason why this happened might surface at 30 minutes of two giant red candles down, but I don't know. It's just not. So I'm a little bit squeamish of taking it. I know it's an AI alert. I did my video today on why I didn't take THCH. Okay. Even though it's an AI alert, somebody asked me, how many AI alerts do I take? And do I take them all? Nobody asked me in this room, but I get the questions a lot. Do I take every AI alert? And of course, I say no. And I explained when we got this alert, THCH from the AI, and explained why I didn't like it. And now, does it always work out this way that when I'm looking at what I consider a resistance area that it's going to stall there? No, of course not. But if you know what, it had this been a lot lower of a float. I mean, 82 million in the float. I mean, it's not high, but if this had been maybe a 5 million, 4 million float, it's possible I would have, because if we get the volume if the volume was coming in with that sort of a float, it may have just popped through that. But anyway, yeah, my video was, saying, well, this is why I didn't take. This is what made this trade not great, basically. So guys, 103. So I think I'll just go over or maybe I'll wait about 20 minutes or so, going over the test drive. The link for the test drive and the contest And if you guys were listening to Steve in our YouTube room, I bet we're about 99.9999% sure that the simulator will be available. So for people who with Macs who don't want to run an emulation program or tablets, so you can take part in the contest because the contest is all using our simulator, our real time simulator. And up until this time, we've not had we've not had a simulator that you could use like a web-based simulator. It's all been part of the downloadable application, and it's called Brokerage Plus. So I call that B Plus Lite. I don't know what they're actually going to call it, but oh man, is it really? Yeah, so it has come all the way back. You're right. Well, let's see if this has any sort of effect on GL. Meanwhile, I wonder if Morgan Stanley is going to come out and try to defend them. Okay, because Morgan Stanley had a price upgrade for them meaning PR, to 250 from 245. I guess they had an original 245, 250. That was on April 15th. Okay, so 3 days ago. So maybe they will come out and try to defend them. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it? I mean, this looked pretty interesting. This hour and a half of straight up, but it does not look good right now. The next level will be the 480 level. Remember how long it seemed to take for the SPY to get over 480? That was sort of the magic because that was its all-time high at one point, and it seemed to take forever to get over 480. And once it got through 480, I mean, it really hasn't looked back until these last 3 weeks. Because these are all-time highs up here. Yeah, just shut up. Okay. Fed guys talking, just shut up. We all know. We all know. You don't want to raise interest or you don't want to lower interest rates. We know that. You don't have to keep telling us. All right, guys, take a look at Eldon, ELDN. Is this doing anything? Actually, it is, but a little too late, unfortunately, I guess. Eldon, ELDN, looking left, $2, 210. If there was a ton of room, if I could look left and see maybe the next high was at 240, 250, this would be really interesting still. I'd wait for it to settle down a bit and then see if it could take out two. But problem is for me, it's just got, look at the weekly chart, but look at the daily chart. AGBA. Yeah, it's over a dollar again. You did hit at one point $1.66. Yeah, to be honest, Mac, I mean, I don't know if they, they just want to make sure. Well, maybe well, you're a president. Why don't you say anything? Earn your keep or whatever. So they feel. I don't know if they feel they have to. I don't know how many Fed presidents there are, but I guess they just feel they have to come out every now and then. Well, not every now and then. It seems like every single day, one of them wants to have a say. No, I know everyone at the Fed is a president, but I don't know how many there are. President of the different branches or whatever. 12 of them. Okay, 12 of them. Well, I guess you know what? I mean, I guess it's like anything else. Maybe they're just trying to make a name for themselves because then they want to become the next Powell. I guess. I don't know. I'm sure this is sort of what's the word I want? No, resume, like almost having a resume for the job. I mean, eventually Powell plus the chair, okay, plus eventually Powell will retire. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. I haven't looked at Tesla in a while. Tesla. Oh man, oh man. Wow. All right, John Smith in our YouTube room. Can I share this template, please? Okay, so what I am going to do, in fact, I better. I'm now pretty sure that this will be available in the tree map format tomorrow. So I'm going to get my guy to add this to my homepage. Right now, it's not. Okay, so if you're looking for this, the relative strength. Well, first of all, let me go to my homepage. The way I do it is sort of a la carte. Okay, you can pick and choose what you want. So on my homepage, what you will find is the halts. Whoops! If you scroll down a bit and click here, there are my scans. So there is the halts resumes. Okay, now it's pretty empty now. I had to do a reboot. Okay, so that's why it's pretty empty right now. But it was full this morning. So there's the halt. There are the halts resumes. Now, as far as the charts are concerned, I mean, you can create your own charts. Okay, I mean, I have a 15, a daily, and a weekly. That may not be what you want. So that's why I'm saying, create your own charts, your own time frames. If you want the single stock window, now it's not going to look like this. Okay. It'll just look like it won't have the news and the profile sort of separated out. It'll just have the tabs up here. There is the single stock window. But again, the single stock window is customizable. This is what I want to see. I don't care. I mean, a lot of you may want to see more financial information, quarterly revenue, earnings over, year over year, quarter over quarter, all the financial data. I don't care about that. So this is what I like to see. These are just filters. So there's the single stock window that I'm using. Okay. Now, as far as this is the key window, in my opinion, this is what I follow all day long. So I will give you that. You can take a look at it. And it is called a relative. So let me just start typing in relative. Strength leaders from the close. Share it. Well, Michael, if you look just above where you said, "How do you get to my homepage?" Right above is my homepage link. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, like, can you not see? Sort of funny. I mean, how do we get to your homepage? Right above. Right above. Can you not see that? Now that link here is this, okay, the relative strength leaders from the close. But there's the homepage link. I mean, okay. Now I am going to, and I'm going to make sure that I don't have anything crazy going on. Okay, I am going to, what I want to do is I'm going to get this on my homepage now. It won't happen immediately, but I want to get the gentleman who looks after my homepage. All right, I did get the definitive word. Thank you. Steve says that we'll definitely have these tree maps for tomorrow's production release. Great. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, so I've just got him to. So what I'm talking about is, now this will be here somewhere. He has to add it. I can't do it myself, so he will add it somewhere. Okay, Rudy at Trade Ideas, he looks after my homepage, so he'll add this. So I won't have to go through the exercise of finding the link, sharing it. You can just go to my homepage, and if you want it, it will be there. Not there yet, obviously. Yeah, what I might do, yeah, I might create a layout just with this and hand it out tomorrow if people want it. Just the layout itself. Oop, 500, 499, 40. Yeah, the spy right at 500 again. Yes. I want to rename this. MNDR? Wow. Now this was an IPO, I guess, or IPO or a SPAC or that turned. Boy, this has been a good one. I mean, obviously, been a very good one in the face of the market moving down every single day. Other than the little red bar here, this has been really good. MNDR. I think wasn't this the yeah, this is the one I was thinking about, okay? This is why I'm very interested in next week if this one IPOs like it's like it's slated to, but this is a Singaporean IPO, guys, okay? This is what I'm saying, yeah. And and it was priced at $4 and it opened, I mean, it opened higher than 4. This was the first day. It closed at 666. The next day, next day, next day, and now look at it run. So this is why that one that is supposed to open next week is another Singaporean one. So be prepared. It's the FGBL, I think it is. Again, there's no guarantees that it's going to open, but it is scheduled. If you look at the IPO calendar, it is scheduled to open. Let's just take a look at it again. So right here, FB, and it's a now it says USA, but it is out of Singapore. So this is going to be let me make sure of that. Yeah, so it's out of Singapore. And no, it's not the same sector. This is a in the healthcare sector, but it operates as an investment holding company. This is, I mean, it started out as a construction company in 1996, but what are they? Okay, so it still looks like like a construction type company. So it's not. It's I don't know how to say this. I mean, it's not that sexy, I suppose. A construction company, but you never know. You never know. So this in theory. See, this is why it says the week of. Okay, the week of it could be 422, April 22nd. It could be, but no guarantees. But the bottom line is, we will know about it when it starts to trade. Okay, man, you could have just held this throughout the whole time. Remember, the spy was just going in the absolute opposite direction. So this is a classic, what we call a classic alpha stock, not caring at all about what the market's doing. Pretty erratic. Now, when you're talking about a rug pull, you're talking about this. I wonder how many shares were actually down here for the MNDR at 18. So, I mean, it's almost untradeable right now. I mean, when you look at these topping tails, huge topping tail here, huge bottoming tail here. I mean, it's hard to, especially if you're going to want to intraday trade it. But no question, the trend has been up. All right, guys. So I will now talk a little bit about the test drive and the contest that's coming up. Okay. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So again, the test drive, it starts tomorrow, guys. So I'll go over the contest after I talk a little bit about the test drive. Okay. Scroll down, scroll down. So the test drive starts tomorrow. You should start getting data at 4 a.m. Eastern time, okay, in the morning, obviously, well, 4 a.m. Eastern time. So the test drive runs from tomorrow, 4 a.m. until April 29th, 4 p.m. Eastern time, okay? So you'll have from the 19th to the 29th. It'll cost you $7.77 for this test drive. We don't do free trials. It's about as close as you're going to get. And if you want to, if you have a standard subscription right now and you want to upgrade yourself for those for that time period to our premium service to have access to the AI, or if you want to back test or things like that, you can do so. It'll cost 777. And again, the test when you sign up for the test drive, you're getting the full package. Okay, the full package. There's no, we're not holding back. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. We'll have a nice promo code for you after, I'm sure, but we do not put you into a subscription. Now, again, if you sign up right now, basically you're pre-registering and you'll start getting data tomorrow. Okay. So please don't, if you sign up right now, you're just pre-registering. You're not going to get any live data until tomorrow at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. So that's the test drive. Now, included in this test drive is the contest. And the contest starts next Tuesday and runs Tuesday to Thursday. And the contest, what is it about? Well, whoever makes the most money using our simulator in those 3 days wins. And what do you win? $2,400 grand prize. It's actually an Amazon gift certificate. Okay. We can't dole out cash, not allowed to, but we can do it with an Amazon gift certificate or card. Okay. So, and if you're a premium subscriber right now, you can order you can do the contest without paying the 777. So you only have to pay the 777 if you want to if you don't have the program at all, you pay the 777. You get the test drive plus the contest next week. Okay. So if there are any questions, you certainly ask. But it's pretty much covered now. And the good news is that this will be the first contest that you'll have access to a simulator if you have a Mac or you're running it on a tablet. Okay. Ah, man, Rudy. So I guess it's here now. It's already in my homepage. This is what I'm talking about. Just give me a moment. I want to click on my homepage link. Hey, there we are. Okay. So there it is, relative strength leaders right here. Okay. I just sort of abbreviated it a bit. Okay. So there it is. There it is. And again, I was told that in the production version, certainly if you're going to take the test drive, you'll have the production version. But now the production version, I don't think it's on the website yet, but the production version will have the ability to do this. This is the tree map. Okay. If I uncheck, this is a top list window. If I uncheck the tree map, this is the typical old present. Well, it's still you can still, if you want to use the top list window in grid format, you can do so. I just prefer it like this. Right click, show tree map. And so in the production version that's coming out, you'll finally have that option. And I don't have to direct you to downloading the beta. Okay. So, with that having been said, let me take a look at my homepage and the information you can find there. Okay, so I'm not even going to talk about downloading the beta. Like, let me just see if it's been upgraded. Not yet. It'll probably say 5.6.85. Okay, but anyway, I'm not going to bother talking about that. So here's my homepage. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. All I ask is this: if you do take out a subscription, use my code. The reason being is that the room will get credit for that subscription. And the whole idea is to keep this room free. And how do we do that? The more people that use my code, the company knows that, well, people are obviously engaged in the room. Okay. So it's that simple. Now, if you are going to be part of this test drive, this is the first thing you should do is the getting started. These are 10 short videos. It runs you through your downloaded install, your first startup and login. I probably wouldn't look at dock layout, okay? I think that's it's not necessary and it might be a little confusing. But for sure, important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? If you're going to take this test drive, have try to have some knowledge of what Trade Ideas can do. And you can even do that now, okay? I mean, you don't have to be a subscriber. Oops. If you're new to trading, though, this is a whole series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, and it's all free. Okay, I think it'd be if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at these. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, again, if you're going to click here, this is the education section. We've got a great guide. Don't get hung up on how much we've got in the guide. It's like any other software program. But what I would concentrate on, the getting started again. Okay. Here's a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out more about stock racing? You can do so. I love to use price alerts on my charts all the time, but you don't have to go through every one of these things and think, well, first of all, I'm in the test drive tomorrow. Do I have to learn all this for the test drive? Of course not. Okay. Well, you won't need to use the beta version, Andy. The production version will be the new well, the old beta version. The beta version will become the production version. I'm answering Andy in our YouTube room. Okay. I mean, if you want to download the beta version now, I guess you could. But the production version, the new production version, will be basically the beta version. But it'll be called production version. Okay. And then my scan. So I am sharing all my scans, So if you don't want to, I mean, you can build your own scans, of course, but if you're looking for something, you might find something that you like here. And again, I've had them add the relative strength leaders. Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to, you can download the beta version right now, Andy. It basically it'll be on our homepage tomorrow. Okay, download the beta version now. Okay, I'm talking to Andy in our YouTube room. Because what's going to happen is tomorrow on our website, the pro version will be 5.6.85, I think. Or it may not be that number, but it won't be 0.70. All I cared about was making sure you guys could have access to this tree map. Okay. Otherwise, I mean, I'm not forcing people to use the tree map. If you like the grid, the top list like a grid, that's fine. You have your choice. I just way prefer it like this. No, you need to download the latest version. It will not automatically update. Now, I think what happens is, and Pepe might be able to help me, when you download trade ideas, it may say, I know for me it does, but it may say there is a later version of trade ideas that you can download. But we do not automatically, upgrade everybody because that's not what everybody wants. Okay. Yeah, I think it's also in the options. It might say something like, I don't know. I should know this, but upgrade. I guess if you click on upgrade, we thought about that, automatically upgrading people when there's a new version, but some people didn't like that, so we don't. We just give you the option. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. So it's in options, yes. Tools options and upgrade. But I'll let you know. I mean, tomorrow I've got to think that it will be there. Anyway, here are the scans I'm sharing, guys. You can take a look at them. Okay, so I'm just reading what William said. So, now, first of all, William will not be in the room tomorrow at all. So the room will probably shut down around 3 o'clock tomorrow. Um, and he said he keeps the room open. I take off at around 3, and he's been keeping the room open till about 4 o'clock. But as he said, if he's not getting any, there's no engagement with other people, he'll shut it down early. And so yesterday he got no engagement, so he shut it down at 3:10. Nobody talked. So whereas the day before, and I guess the day before that, you guys were throwing around ideas. But if he's not going to talk to himself, in other words, for an hour, so it's up to you guys. You want the room open till 4? You know, engage. Yeah, look at EYPT now. Son of a. You need to check. Show me all releases to be notified of beta releases. So tools, options, upgrades, all releases. I see. Okay. But again, guys, this is what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. So right now, if I click on download, okay, in order to have this tree map, you've got to click on download. You've got to download the beta. Tomorrow, this beta will turn into the production version. And so people who are going to be in the test drive, I mean, they should have, if they want, they should have this available without our having to tell, well, you've got to download the beta, and it gets too confusing. Anyway, it's enough of that. It should be there tomorrow. Well, you sometimes wonder. I mean, so Shady, I had no idea about this bear cave. It was only one kid. You wonder how big some of these other operations are. I mean, how many people are actually because it's a lot of work. There's a lot of work. I mean, they put together these reports and many pages, and they've got to dive in. They got to interview. They got to do all these things, and they try to make it as professional as possible so that to be taken seriously. I have no idea about this guy who runs the bear cave. Well, it's too bad we're starting this test drive when the market's doing this because I know a lot of people will get scared and want to trade, and they probably, I don't have no idea what our test drive numbers are going to be, but because if you won't short, you don't look at shorting. I'm not saying you have to short everything is to be shorted, but I mean, right now, right now, the market is not happy. Oh, look at the EYPT. It's what I wanted to do 2 hours ago. You mean this exact one? You can go to my homepage, Andy. Go to my homepage, scroll down to the scan section, and it was just added. Okay, it's called relative strength leaders. I abbreviated. Okay, so click on my homepage link, scroll down to the scan section, and then I think, well, you know what? I'll just show it. So scroll down to the scan section, and it was just added. It's right here, right at the bottom left. Okay. You know what? I better test it. Relatives, yes. So far, so good. Yep. Okay. So you can kind of see, I mean, AI did not have a great day. I mean, really blah, but look at the EYPT. I mean, it took forever, but and it never got stopped out. So it took forever. There was the alert at 1901. I tried and I got stopped out a little, like for a little loss the first time. But now, later on in the day, look what's happening. I don't know if it's, probably the market's not helping or it is helping it to some extent. So if you're going to be part of the test drive, guys, and you're just going to download the program, remember now you'll have access to the AI. So this is what I would do. If you can maybe write this down, okay? Be prepared for tomorrow. So if you click on new from our toolbar, and then whoops, click on new from the toolbar, and then you see where it says premium AI strategies. There are three of them. Pick the middle one. Pick the middle one, okay? Premium AI strategy trades window. When you do that, you will see this right now. The other thing I would do is, and please write all this down, okay? This is because, if you're going to do the test drive, I mean, you should have access to this and not try to fiddle around or not try to figure out, well, how do I even see these? This is how I would watch them. The other thing I would do is, you see, there's a filter box and it says none right now. I think our default has been to only show profitable trades. Okay. I would get rid of that. If anything is checked, I would get rid of it. So it says none. I did a video yesterday on, I think it was the Onvo or Invo. I think it was the Invo, which was an AI alert. Yeah. So this was an earnings play. So what happened is we had an alert for it at 288. Let me scroll back a bit. Yeah, right up here. We had an alert at 288 for it, okay? And it got up to about 290. And look what happened. It fell, 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 fell. And it actually came into the VWAP area. And we were talking about that. Said, but if you would not have seen this anymore in our AI, if you still had that only show profitable trades checked. And I don't think that's a right way to go, because you should follow these all day long. I mean, sometimes they set up at a better price later on. And this is what happened. It held the VWAP and it started to move. And look what happened. So, instead of getting it at, even if you could have waited for it to turn profitable again at 288, would have been okay, got up to 350, but a lot better to take it around 240, okay, and ride it up. Hopefully that makes sense. So this is what I would do. So I would incorporate this as part of your layout also. And again, you will not get any alerts in the AI until earliest would be 940. Here you see the earliest one today was 941, and one 945, 953, and 1032, and that's been it. Somebody asked yesterday, what's the latest? Typically, it's in the first hour or so, maybe hour and a half. You can get some later on. But Holly Neo is one that is really looking for stocks that have gapped, and you don't usually, the gap is early in the day. So, oh, look at EYPT now. Anybody take it? Yeah, this serve is a sort of an interest. I mean, it sort of came off as an IPO. I looked at the IPO calendar, but then I'm seeing, the pricing of the $40 million public offering. Okay, I guess it was an IPO in theory. 10 million shares at $4 a share. So I guess it was an IPO. Don't get confused by this. This stopped trading. This was another company. I do remember this one, SERV. It stopped trading as SERV back in 2020. Okay. And these guys, I guess they call themselves Serve Robotics. And I guess they must have been looking obviously they're looking for a symbol, stock trading symbol. And they thought, well, that'd be good. And so just because a company had it before doesn't mean it can't be used again. I guess that's the bottom line. Is it really IBTA? I didn't even see it open. Well, I don't know. I mean, it was priced at 88 a share. Okay, I know it opened up here and it sold off, but it was priced at 88 a share. So it's still, $10 above. It has sold off, yes. So I wouldn't call that a disaster. Not yet, anyway. Disaster if you took it up here, yeah, but still $10 above the IPO price. Well, I'm just kind of watching. Yeah, it doesn't look like the BPTH is going to do it. So looks like the high flyers this morning are just nothing's happening with them. I mean, I suppose there's a chance that AGBA, a chance, the longer it holds over a dollar, that it could have a bit of a run late. Got up to $1.66. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, let me chime in also. I mean, the only reason the room is open after 3 is because so many people were asking me, "Why do I shut down at 3?" And, my, I guess, selfish answer was 6 hours on the mic was enough for me. And so I would shut down, and there seemed to be a bit of a clamoring, "Well, gee, it'd be nice to have it open later." So William stepped in and said, "You know what? I'll keep it open. If people wanna come in and still talk about stocks or the market, I'll keep it open." Well, that's the reason. And as he's saying, if people don't, if there's no interaction, there's no point keeping it open. BGLC dropped some AI news, okay, it's hard for me to look at this one, guys, this EYPT. This is exactly what I wanted it to do when I was in it. Yeah, you don't have to, Steve. I think you just disregard it, but I want to, let me just, I'm gonna put this in the Slack. Oh, forget it? So when you say forget it, are you saying forget what you just said, or I'm telling you to forget it or disregard it? I should go through the, sign-up procedure myself just to see. Let me take a look at BGLC, BGLC. Okay, well, that's why I'm not seeing it. It's on, well, actually, it could appear here, but the volume, oh, the relative volume is still only point 0.6. Minimum has to be 1 here. But yeah, okay, so just a minute, Stevie, okay? I mean, we have lots and lots of people signed up for the test drive, so we have a lot of people. I mean, we've, probably got another 1,000 this time, who signed up for the test drive, so I'm not sure what you are seeing. Anyway, sorry about that. I think, an algo kicked in, David, and it because it really hadn't moved. You're talking about I'm talking to David in our main room. For the EYPT, the alert was at 10:32, okay? and it just wasn't doing anything. And so I guess an algo kicked in and said, you know what? If you're not going to do anything, we're going to get you out. and, and unfortunately, right after that, because it got out at 1:31. What time was that? Yeah, just before it. Well, I hear what you're saying, Shady, but you know what? There people could be just shy, and they don't understand that. They might have some questions and they're just kind of shy. And I think we're just like I'm not there, so I don't really care, I suppose. But William is just trying to say, like if you're sitting there and you have a question, don't be shy. Ask or try to engage. But listen, maybe it's a moot point. Maybe we won't be doing this. William. Anyway, I wouldn't worry about a Shady. It's not nothing. You don't have to worry about it. You can concentrate on trading, and this is between William and potentially myself. That's all. Ah, that's what happened with the BPTH. That's what's happened. Well, I know you're not worried about it. Okay, worried you're too strong. Don't concern yourself. Don't even, you don't have to think about it. Okay. It is what it is. Yeah, look at the BPTH. So they did their intraday intraday financing 1.2. I mean 1.2 million. That's all they're raising. Who knows what price? They don't say a price. Anybody hanging around here though was probably thinking, well, maybe it'll pop. And now that's not going to happen for sure. Yeah, so maybe, Stevie, I mean, I'm just looking what it says. Oops. Maybe this is the confusing part, but the first sentence says, a test drive sign up. Oh, see, I can't post it. I can't post it. A test drive sign up will not start a recurring subscription. Okay. Good point, Pepe. What time is it now? 2:06. Well, we don't have to worry about tomorrow anyway. William will not be in the room at all tomorrow, so we don't have to have this conversation about keeping it open Friday afternoon or after 3 o'clock. Okay, Pepe, thanks. It states that it is a one-time charge. Okay. Anyway, we've no, we've been doing these test drives for years, and I agree. Maybe the language could be a little clearer, but we don't put you. There's no subscription. It's just the one time when the test drive is over. It's over. There's nothing to do. We don't put you into a subscription. Really? CRISPR. Interesting. CRISPR. Gene editing or yeah, gene editing. There you go. Oh, but it has been in a horrible downtrend. Oh, wow. I remember when this was up here. I mean, there was all sorts of excitement about this one. Now look at the downtrend. I mean, this is before the market started. I mean, remember now, the market, it's 3 weeks now. This is the third week. So if you look at a SPY chart, it's only the last 3 weeks, including this week, that the SPY's been down. CRISPR has been moving down for quite a while after the big run up. There's a resumption for BPTH. A pox on you for doing that. You know what? I haven't looked at Reddit for a while. What's Reddit even doing? Is it at least over the IPO price? And the answer is yes. Okay. Still above the IPO price. What was it? 30, 36, 34, 36, or 38? One of those three. Okay. First of all, Tamaz, yeah, I sort of recognize you, I think, anyway. Let me just get rid of the announcement here. So, yeah, so really the thing is this one right here, okay? It's the relative strength leaders from the close. That is the key. Okay, this is what I concentrate on all day long. And if if you're kind of new to all this and you're looking for the stocks that are really trading abnormally, you can't go too wrong by just looking at this particular window. The rest of it, these are my time frames that I like. The halts resumes has been around for a while, so it's not a well. It is not. Well, I mean, if you actually look at the you know what? I'm going to rename this. I keep saying I'm going to rename this because I know it gets a little confusing. Because if you click on new dock channel bar and then click on explosive winners, I mean, this is what you're going to see. This, and it's not quite what I'm displaying. It's sort of the same, except this one is relative strength leaders from the open. I have chosen to display it from the close. Okay, you can have your choice. They've got a they've got a I mean, you can use this. You could probably use this. I don't like this window though. There's some trade ideas winners watcher. I mean, look how many. I mean, you don't have to check them all, but look at all the different strategies that are in there, or alerts. Excuse me, scans that are in there. You get probably inundated with alerts all day long. I think what I've tried to do here is keep it super super simple. Okay, and I'm now going to change this to what? think I actually did that, and I okay. Now I'm going to save it like that. So people now, because just like yourself, you're thinking, well, is it the same as this? Well, obviously, it's not quite the same. So are you okay? So in this particular, are you talking about in this top list as an example, writer? Because I have it set up as a change from the close, but you can customize it. Okay, you can take this, and I can do the configure, and then I click on sort, and you see it says change from the close. If I want this from the change from the open, I would pick that, and now it'll look different because now it's a change from the open. It's not the worst thing, but you're going to get a whole bunch of different symbols. Okay, so the reason I do it from the close is because I want to see the ones that are exploding all day long. Okay, it's just a preference. It's just my preference. So if I choose from the close, and these are just columns. Okay, these are just column headers that are here. If I right click and I uncheck the show tree map, and these are the column headers I've got. I could add different column headers to my top list window and then sort on them if I wanted to. I choose not to. So now, but I could, if I click on the sort, I could do the relative volume ratio if I wanted to. So just show the ones that are like have the highest relative volume ratio. So I mean, it's up to you. It's just a personal preference that I've got. It's just to excuse me, show them from the close. I could do a change in 5 minutes. Let's do that just for fun. Here are the ones that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes. You could do that. So here's DFLI. I mean, it's not a bad thing to do. There's no right or wrong way. I guess that's my bottom line. There's no right or wrong way. And you can see why this showed up here. DFLI, DFLI, that had a 30% move in 5 minutes. This is a 15-minute chart. But granted, this is a sub $1 stock. Let's take a look at so BPTH probably had a little, yeah. See, had a little bit of a pop here. Take a look at another one, GNLN. Another sub $1 stock. So you probably get a lot of sub $1 stocks here because a 20% move, going from 6 to 67 cents. Yeah, it's a percentage move, but let me get back to what I like to see. It doesn't have to be again. Now you could. I just don't know how. Now on your systems, it may not tax it as much. I have a feeling that the heat maps, the tree maps can really. It's a bit of a load on my system anyway. That's why. But in theory, you could have several. I could have one to change from the close. I could have another one change from the open. I could have another one change from 5 minutes. Things like that. But I'm just choosing to keep it super simple. Well, it's been a very quiet day for me, guys. I had a little bit of success early with the BPTH. I lost out on a short of EYPT and a little bit of success with the DJT, and that's it. Yeah, if you do the change from the open, of course, you could. I mean, I guess the reason why I do the change from the close also, these are relative strength leaders. That means these stocks are up for the day. They are strong. They have to be up for the day. The open, you could have a stock that's way down, and of course, it could be moving higher. It could be like more like a bounce play. So a stock could open, way down, way below yesterday's close. So it will be very negative, but maybe it starts to recover. It would still be negative. That's why stocks like that won't show up here at all, because these stocks all have to be above yesterday's close. Hence the name relative strength leaders. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with trying it from the open. Every time I see Nokia releasing earnings, I'm always amazed they're still around. I mean, I guess they're still pretty big in Europe somewhere, but I mean, not based on their stock price, it just doesn't do a thing other than go down. Big floats. I mean, 5.4 billion in the float. So I just don't even bother with it. I mean, it's had a nice day today, no question, but it's only 3.3%. What does it mean when the AI calls out the same alert a second time? So are you talking about you're not talking about anything today. You're just talking in general, Ashish, Ashish. You're just talking in general, right? Because there was a good example a few days ago with WISA, WISA. Really? I don't see that it called out TCH. I only have it once. Well, okay, it exited. That's what it means. It exited at 219. I thought you meant okay, that was just an exit. And when you say it just happened, so it's 221 now. So it exited the trade at 219. We'll have the odd time though. I thought what you meant was the odd time you'll see the same symbol in two different strategies alerted. Doesn't happen that often, but a few days ago we had WISA, WISA, and it was alerted at I think 288, and then it was alerted at almost an hour later at 3 in a completely different strategy. So you had an opportunity to, get it in either one of those. Well, and I think of Ericsson, the same thing. You know, now didn't Sony buy Ericsson? Isn't it Sony Ericsson now? But I think of Ericsson sort of the same. I mean, huge floats. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not Sony Ericsson. Sorry. Come on, SPY. Hold 500. Amazing, isn't it? Just a number, but psychologically so kind of important because the headlines, SPY breaks 500. Oh, I see. So that's what happened. 'Cause I sort of remember Sony Ericsson, something like combined. All right. DJT taking a bit of a bounce pop again, guys. DJT taking another one. Pretty choppy. Just amazing that they did that the stock does nothing. Eric Erickson talking to dip buyer in our main room. Just amazing. It just does nothing. How do you access the main room? Here. I call it the main room because there are more people in the room. Okay, there's not. I don't even know how many people are in YouTube to be honest, but it's just a lot more active. That's why I call it the main room. The other thing is in the YouTube room. For instance, if you wanted me to check, say, a scan that you had, and you said, you know what, I don't like this. How come I'm not getting this symbol in the scan? Well, in the main room, you can post the link. In YouTube, you can't post a link. As an example, I mean, there are not that I get that many requests, but that is one reason why it's good to come into the main room if you ever want to have me look at a scan. And the question being, how come I'm not seeing this stock in the scan? Well, okay. Did you not see? I just posted it right there. The trading room and support. I just posted the link. Okay, I just posted the link. Just right below you asked the question, and now right above your second question. Oh, I see. Okay. I have no idea what it would look like in a it's web based, but I have no idea what it'll look like on a phone. I have no idea. Just give me a moment, guys. Well, that's what I was saying, John. It's not the template. It was just this that I was handing out. Okay, you can have your own. I mean, look, if you really want this, I can give it to you. And this is probably a good because it's in a doc. Okay, yeah, it's in a doc, so I could probably hand this out fairly simply. Okay, well then, if you want the same time frames, fine. Actually, this makes it easy for me to hand out my layout if anybody wants it. Okay. So what do I do here? So I just want to make sure I've saved this. Okay, now, okay. Well, if you want exactly, so anybody who wants, this exact setup, this is the link for it. So I think what I'll do, I hope there's no customs. There's no customs. There's no nothing in here. Just give me a moment. No, why did I do that? Just give me a moment. Ah, okay, good. All right. Well, now I've got my layout in my script. So again, if you want it, so let me just put it again, okay? So it's named, okay? So there's my layout, Barry's layout. So now it is named as opposed to just a link that you might look at, go, what the heck is that? Okay. And remember, these time frames, if you don't like these time frames, you can change them. This is just click on the little clock here and you can change it to whatever you want. The clock is right there. Change it to whatever you want. Oh, you did? Okay. I remember, John. I do remember your being in the room. I think anyway, in YouTube, not so much the main room. Well, and with this layout too, I had other scans that I was showing back in December, but I think this layout allows you to really just concentrate on, if, especially if you are. Well, look at another one that's really cheap. Now, if you don't want to see, again, remember now, I'm handing out my layout, but if you don't like, for instance, you don't want to see, you can always customize it. So, for instance, if I right click, configure, click on the summary. So, this is what it's looking for. So, for instance, you may not want to see, it's talking in general. Maybe you don't want that price range. Maybe you don't want to see any stocks under $1. So, you, of course, can change that. I've got it at 50 cents. Maybe you want a different volume. Just you can make changes, of course. This is just what I like to see. It hasn't had shorts all day. You're right, Oliver. In our main room, no shorts for DJT. That's why I kind of find it funny that when the news came out saying, you know what, if you don't want people to have access to your shorts, we're going to show you how. IB is just, I don't know how many people have shorts available. I mean, obviously, Centerpoint and probably Cobra, the ones that kind of specialize, but IB, it's kind of hit or miss. No, that might be that's a good point, William. Well, I have had I want to call it Dow Jones. I have had DJT shorts before. Certainly had DWAC shorts before, but I have had DJT shorts before, but not the last couple of days. Well, everybody, I'm going to take off a little bit early. Mrs. Anderson is making her way back from Frankfurt, if you can believe it, and I'm picking her up at the airport. So, Mrs. Anderson being my wife. Ah, so I've got I can stick around for another 10 minutes or so. So here we go. Now it's interesting. Well, it's interesting because again, now who said that these, they cannot put out press releases or I mean, in general, 25 days before earnings. And now they have earnings on the 6th. I would call this strong, Shady. The other one was just meek. They said we will be looking at this. This is a very strong one, in my opinion. Ah, anywhere from 15 days to 30 days. Okay. Well, my math is okay. Well, okay. So it's just outside the 15. So I guess that's good because they have earnings on May the 6th. So it's outside the 15 days. So I guess that's why they're allowed to do this. I mean, listen, the other guys did not say exactly. Their assertions and conclusions are false. They do not act. They did not come out as forcefully. But anyway, you know what? We'll see. We'll see what happens when they release earnings. When GL releases earnings, and I don't know if it's possible that what was happening right here, the turmoil that this created, you know, people knew they were going to come up with a pretty strong rebuttal. Now, listen, we've seen companies come up with strong rebuttals before, and it's a bunch of hogwash too. Okay, I'm I'm not saying that the guy is wrong. I'm not saying that these guys are right. But I remember when NKLA and Nicola, when the Hindenburg dumped all over them. I mean, they screamed and yelled and said, "This is not correct." And well, look at Nicola. I don't even think it's trading anymore, is it? NKLA. Well, it is at 65 cents. Well, I don't know if that rebuttal has helped. This is the reason for the little GL pop. I have no idea, but kind of hurt. I know they're not the same company, same sector, but they're they're very, very. I mean, the slamming of the two companies was virtually the same in terms of the wording. So I'm not using trade ideas, Andy. So the question is, how am I popping up the news feed to read an article inside It's not inside trade ideas. Okay. Now I can pop this one out. Okay, but what I was, what I had before. In fact, let me see if it is here. Yeah. So that isn't hit here. This was in Interactor Brokers. Okay, this is my Interactor Brokers news feed. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. You're right. But that news about their defense is not even here yet. But you're right. If I pop this out, it's going to go into a into a web browser. I like this only for I like it for previous news. When I say previous news, like, last week, sometimes I'm trying to remember what the heck did they announce? I know it was last week or 2 weeks ago. Sometimes I can scroll down here and I can find it. Whereas there's probably a way within Interactive Brokers that has, a more extensive news, maybe more like a weekly, but right, this is, I mean, actually, I'm scrolling back. A lot of times, though, when I scroll back, I'm only seeing like tons and tons of releases of the day of. So typically, what I do then is I use Trade Ideas News for previous days. I use Interactive Brokers for today. That is a massive, massive bounce. So next time Bear Cave comes up with something, guys, we all mortgage everything and we just pile into it as a long, as Shady said. Haven't seen anything from Hindenburg for a long time. A long time. All right, guys, 2:46. So I think I'm out of here. Okay. I can stick around for another 4 minutes or so if there are any questions. If not, I'll just take off now. So I'll just wait a bit if there are any questions. And don't forget, you can sign up for the test drive. Test drive plus contest. Just put that link in. Starts tomorrow. I actually can't wait for the contest because that is a lot of fun for me. Having that leaderboard up for the 3 days. We see the top 10, a lot of jockeying for position over the 3 days. But remember, the contest doesn't start till Tuesday, but the test drive starts tomorrow. Well, now we've got the stamp of approval from William. The contest is fun. All right. He's a hard man to please, so I like that. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will take off. Thanks a lot for all the help, as usual. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing in our main room and mute myself now in the main room. And YouTubers, I will keep talking to you for a bit. I will put the main room link in. William will keep it open as long as there is some, chatter. He's not going to talk to himself for an hour. Hey, you're welcome, John. So there's the link for the main room. And now I will shut YouTube down. Yeah, I'll shut YouTube down now. I'm going to stop the streaming now.